Emerging from St. Peter's Basilica, Robert Prevost becomes the first American pope in history.
I had enough money to buy a beautiful Cessna Citation jet, cash. A few weeks later, I bought another one worth 3 times what that one was, cash.
Hey, that's a good idea. Welcome, welcome one and all to the Crusaders family. You know, I used to be a common criminal, rotting in my Pokemon prison cell. But one day, I took a Berserk gene test, and it turns out I've got major Mazda blood. And that makes me the only wielder worthy of the legendary Cashbringer. With my sacred superpowers, I can smite dark types.
By the holy light.
I can cleanse even the most grievous status effects. Come up on stage, child. What the world robbed you of, I will give back to you. Be healed! I've even mastered the miracle of converting fresh water into lemonade. Hey, you might be able to do that one too. Now, you've heard of the fairy plate. You've heard of the legend plate. But in this house, our sacred relic of choice is the collection plate. We beseech you, sow your miracle seeds in-game and reap the rewards in the post-game. You're all invited to the Crusaders family. Help us spread our light brand of love and inclusion all across Unova. Not interested? Well, not only will you burn in hell forever, but our Crusaders will send you there for free. So what are you waiting for? Open your hearts and wallets wide and join Crusaders today. Don't worry, you can trust Father Krookodile. After all, greed is good.
Seems legit to me.
Have you heard the good news? You, that's right, you have been chosen to join us in our grand crusade across Unova. This land will be ours, all thanks to the blood and courage of these brave warriors.
Don't worry, I'm not gonna talk like that the whole time. Welcome to the Black and White 2 in-game tier list. My name's Father Krookodile, leader of our humble congregation, and chosen wielder of the sacred Cashbringer. Could a bad guy make a sword light up? You can trust me. What is an in-game tier list? Well, in today's sermon, we will be ranking these Black and White 2 Pokemon based on their performance on your Grand Crusade from your house to the Hall of Fame. I don't care at all about competitive, does not factor in. Now, if you're one of those heretics that belongs to the Nuzlocke denomination, you walked into the wrong congregation, alright? In your fake faith, die once, and they leave you to rot in the Pokemon Tower. But don't worry, here, we pray to win. We can revive you at the Pokemon Center. If you were to tier this game based on a Nuzlocke rule set, it would look very different than what we're going to do. You care a lot more about how common certain Pokemon are, and notably defensive Pokemon and defensive pivots become a lot more valuable. I don't care about that at all. You know what the best strategy is and always will be in an in-game playthrough? Zug Zug. Kill them all! You want to hit them first, and you want to hit them hard. Dead enemies don't fight back, they can't inflict damage on you, and they can't do annoying status stuff that can spiral into nightmares where you hit yourself in confusion 3 times as toxic damage ticks down. Kill the infidels turn 1, then do it again turn 2, and do it again turn 3, and collect your prize money. What's new in Black and White 2? Now I, Krookodile, pride myself on my humility. I just learned a new word. Economy? Now, even though this is Gen 5, if you're a Gen 1er, you're not the enemy. It's economy when church factions cooperate. What I'm trying to say is that if you like Gen 1, you'll love Gen 5 because it's like poetry, it rhymes. Chargestone Cave? I think I've seen this place before.
No way, dude! Rock tunnel! Rock tunnel, dude! Rock tunnel! Oh!
So we double filter it to get as pure of soy milk as we can.
There's a lot of echoes of Gen 1 throughout Unova. Let's talk a bit about some game-wide quirks and patterns that are gonna affect how we tier this game in particular. Despite taking place only 2 years after the original Black and White, there has been an influx of infidels that have completely shaken up local ecosystems. The Black and White 2 Pokedex is significantly different than Black and White 1. Black and White 1 had only Unova natives. It was a very bold move by Game Freak that I think most players decried. I much prefer this majority Unova dex that now has a very healthy mix of previous generation Pokemon as well. Very well distributed throughout the region. I would say that the Black and White 2 Pokedex has some of the best variety in the franchise. On pretty much every new route, you're gonna find a whole new potential crew that you could very politely ask to join your team. You're joining our team. Or else. Unova is infamous for insane evolution levels. If there's a Pokemon that evolves at a seemingly unreasonably high level, it's almost certainly from Unova. While this is a valid criticism in Gens 6, 7, 8, and 9, it's actually not in Gen 5. Yes, the evolution levels are really high, but the wild Pokemon levels are also really high. Unlike most games, the wild Pokemon in an area are almost on parity with the trainers. So if you recruit some scrub from the grass, they're actually not a scrub. They're going to be very, very close to usable, especially because of the EXP rubber banding system that began in Gen 5. If you're an underdog fighting a higher level opponent, you will gain massively increased experience after you defeat them. But on the flip side, if you're higher level than the opponent, you will then take a penalty to the experience that you receive. What this effectively means in your playthrough that it is very easy to catch up, but unlike most Pokemon games, it's actually very difficult to gain an EXP lead and then completely run away with the game. That's usually the best strategy, but in Unova, that's not gonna work. Although some of us don't exactly follow society's rules. It's important to know your enemy before you can grant them salvation by killing them. What I'm trying to say here is that there are some definite trends in terms of the enemies you face in this game. 3 types I would say are extremely common. A glitch in the holy light there. There are 3 types of foes I would say are extremely common, which means that your matchup against these types is going to heavily affect your viability. The first type to watch out for would be flyers. There are a zillion flying types all throughout the skies in the early and mid game. The enemy has air superiority, to be sure. If you can't hit flying types, you are in big trouble, because flying types can definitely hit you. Gen 5 introduced rotation and triple battles, and one of the perks of flying types is that their moves can actually strike anywhere on the battlefield. So if you're weak to flying, you actually can't cower in the backlines. You're gonna get sniped from the skies. Entering into the late game, you know that we're the good guys on the sacred mission because the enemies have fallen to darkness. There are so many dark types. So if you're not capable of purging enemy darkness, I don't want you on my crusade. And probably the most important matchup to keep in mind. Unova is based on the United States, and pretty much the entire late game takes place in a strip mall where every single storefront is a McDojo. I don't know who's handing out these black belts, but every single trainer in the endgame just spams fighting types. Victory Road is just ace trainers and black belts and battle girls. Usually we tell nerds to hit the gym. Well, in this game, the gym is gonna hit you. Of course, it would be sacrilege not to mention that Black and White 2 is the only game in the Pokemon franchise where you can truly put your faith to the test in challenge mode. However, to actually access challenge mode, you're gonna have to go through hell first. The implementation of challenge mode is a testament, you might even say a New Testament, although by this point it's been over a decade, so maybe Old Testament. A testament of how Game Freak are the masters of taking a simple, good idea and putting a twist mountain on it that makes your head spin. Without any editorializing, here's how to access challenge mode on Pokemon Black 2. First step is to beat Pokemon Black 2 on normal mode. This is pretty reasonable. In a lot of games, you have to actually beat normal before you can access the higher difficulty. This now gives you an item that allows you to access the Black 2 challenge mode. However, Pokemon games only have one save file, so you can access challenge mode, but the game is already over. You might think that step 2 would be deleting your save file. Yeah, you would be forsaking your old congregation, but the hardest modes require the strongest wills. You fool. You killed your friends for nothing, because deleting your save file also deletes the item that allows you to access challenge mode. So the actual step 2 is to send the key through infrared technology to another Gen 5 sequel game. You can send the hard mode key to White 2. Now that will allow a fresh White 2 save file to begin on challenge mode. But remember, we're trying to play Black 2 on challenge mode. Now you might think that, okay, well I can send White 2 the key, and then they'll just send it back to me. You fool, you think it's that easy? No, White 2 can receive the challenge key, but White 2 can only send the easy mode key, which they received by beating the game. Yes, beat the game to unlock easy mode. Can we get an easy mode for the difficulty unlock? How about that? No. You want to access Black 2 challenge mode? Here's what you do. Beat Black 2. This gives you the challenge mode key. Send the challenge mode key to a completely separate, very legitimate Nintendo DS system that is a completely fresh Black 2. And then that copy can begin on challenge mode. So yes, you need 2 DSs and 2 Black 2 copies, one of which has already completed the game on normal, in order to begin a fresh challenge mode playthrough of Black 2. You could do that, or you could just cheat. Come on. Would you really call my actions that of a dark type? I think my ability might actually be justified. There we go. Fewer retakes than I thought, considering how insane that explanation is. Like, come on. Now that we've proven ourselves worthy of accessing challenge mode, what actually changes? Now, some people online might try to lure you into a trick room by telling you that challenge mode is actually easier than normal. Don't be led astray, okay? Challenge mode is definitely more difficult, although because it's a Game Freak game, it's not exactly more difficult in the ways you might expect. The seed of truth at the kernel of this pervasive lie about challenge mode's difficulty is that although enemy levels are higher, their stats don't actually increase compared to normal mode, which I can't deny is very bizarre. Level actually does factor into the damage calculation, not by much, but you actually do take more damage from higher leveled enemies, and you deal less damage to higher leveled enemies. You actually inflict glancing blows. It's why most physical Pokemon really want to equip the Edgemaster's Hand Guards. I know it looks very innocuous, but it's deceptively effective. It's a WoW joke for you guys. Because enemies are higher level, and the underdog EXP bonus is so extreme, you will absolutely be stronger on challenge mode than on normal mode. You're gonna level up faster, evolve earlier, learn your stronger moves earlier. But what makes challenge mode actually more challenging is that enemies have way more Pokemon, and their movesets and items are much better. So you can sort of think of challenge mode as Kingdom Hearts 2 critical mode, where enemies are stronger, but to compensate for that somewhat, you also get indirect buffs. But make no mistake, challenge mode is not for the faint of heart. Do you really think they would use a Choice Scarf Chandelure against you in normal mode? Nah, that's challenging. What are the criteria for our Crusaders? Well, at the very top, we have our most exalted members, a sacred trio residing within the sacred realm. Spoilers for the sermon ahead, there will be 3 members, a triforce, if you will, of holy warriors qualified to enter the sacred realm. It's just like Ocarina of Time, where fellow Dark-type Ganondorf entered the sacred realm. Very nice guy. He thanked Link for all of his help, and then Ganondorf seized control of Hyrule and led the entire kingdom into a new era of prosperity. I think that's what happened in Ocarina of Time. It's been a while. And the 3 members of the Sacred Realm are actually equipped with the Triforce. One of them wields the Triforce of Power, the second one wields the Triforce of Power, and the third one wields the Triforce of Power. What makes this Triforce triumvirate special is that they're above the rules that govern mere mortals. Enemies in Black and White 2 are actually very strong. Because enemies are strong, and you can't super overlevel due to the EXP rubber banding, you might actually consider spending 1 turn to use a boosting move. Normally, I think that's a complete waste of time, but you might actually get more than 1 turn of value out of that in Black and White 2. The whole point of boosting is to ascend to a higher level of stats than your opponent, and then sweep through them. Normally, you start off so much stronger that you don't need to do that, but that is not the case in Black and White 2. So we will actually give some credit for setup, but for those blessed few in the sacred realm. Zug Zug! The S tier. These are our card-carrying Cardinals, which are a sports team, I think. I don't know what sport. These Pokemon are extremely strong. I would say that the only reason not to use Pokemon that we put in S would be because you think it would undo the challenge of challenge mode. It would make the game too easy. A tier for our Archbishops. I would say these are very devoted members of our flock, but they do have a flaw that you could nitpick that keeps them out of the leadership roles. Could be that they're missing 1 or 2 key moves. Could also just be an availability issue. I do count availability as a factor in my lists. The more of the game that you're in, the more credit you get. If you super stomp the game, but only for the very last battle, then that is actually going to be a negative. B for our Bishops. These are, I would say, average Pokemon. You could use these, or you could not use these. and I don't think it would shift the overall quality of your team up or down dramatically. I left to go bike ride, shower, and grab dinner, and we're still explaining the rules. Must really say something about the Unovan education system. The more people complain, the less I will do. You want instant gratification? Whip out that mobile phone, open up whatever app you want. We're on a sacred mission, okay? Next, we've got plenty of holy water with which to anoint our converts because we've got a whole ocean of it. It's the SEA C tier. Unova does have a lot of water types, but they're very backloaded. Once you access Surf, you're gonna get a whole flood of water types, and I really don't have that much to say about them. They're water types, you can teach them Surf, they're probably pretty good. Noah, get the Surf HM. Under the sea. We've got the C tier. I would say these are our clerics. Not the holy kind with the staves, but clerics as in office workers. There was a clerical error, and maybe they shouldn't be on our team. I would say these are below average. They have significant flaws that it is possible to compensate for, but I still wouldn't recommend using these Pokemon on your team. Moving further down into the depths, we have D. For the dissidents. They're not happy with how we run things around here, and they're dragging the whole vibe down. I would say that D-tier Pokemon are an active liability to your team. Only use these Pokemon if you have a very strong affinity for them and you're willing to compensate for them with a heavy helping of stronger Pokemon. You could also say that D is for Defender, because we are going to put a lot of Pokemon in D that are completely viable in not the context of our Crusade. Defensive play in the eyes of me, Krookodile, a very offensive Pokemon, is a complete waste of time. Offensive Pokemon get the same end result, they win the battle, but they do it more quickly and they do it more reliably. If you're actually sitting there soaking up hits, you've created opportunities for things to go horribly awry. Enemies could crit you, enemies could status you, all sorts of calamities could befall you, and you can avoid all of them by just killing them. Attack first, ask questions never. That's a mantra I can believe in. Enemies being extremely strong also makes defensive play non-viable. Go ahead and try and stall against Conkeldurr, against Chandelure, against Dragon Dance Haxorus. Yeah, nice strategy. And at the very bottom, we have Unova's finest. The condemned, the truly damned. They've signed up for Twitter, formerly X, because they've been excommunicated. These Pokemon are dead to me, and they should be dead to you too, metaphorically. Do not use these Pokemon. They exist only for meme value. You use them because they're funny, and once they shuffle off this mortal coil, all that awaits them is eternal torment in the holy hellfires of the afterlife. That's a bit dramatic. I'm saying that these Pokemon are not viable for your playthrough. And beyond the reach of our Crusade, we have the Unknown Dungeon. These are Pokemon you might expect to be able to recruit, but for whatever reason, they're actually not available in the main story playthrough. They are in the game, but they're after the part that we're actually considering for our tier list. And these Pokemon would be Leafeon and Glaceon. Not that you're missing out on much. Despite Black and White 2 using fusion technology to put 3 Pokemon on 2 covers, you actually don't get the cover legendaries in your main playthrough. They're post-game. So this is one of the few mainline games where you don't get a super OP Goto unit to stomp the league with. Since we're not actually going to be talking about the viability of Kyurem, I guess I'll just say this here. I was at a film shoot where somebody brought in an ice pack, and then the ice pack had this kanji on it. And I was so excited, so I asked one of the technical staff, hey, how do you read this? Is it Kyure? Which would be like flash freeze. And the technician told me, I don't know. I think they just made this up, but it might be Q-Day. And I was excited because I thought like, oh hey, that's where Curum comes from. Q-Day, flash freeze. But apparently, that may or may not even be a real word, so I asked a real Japanese person, they didn't know, sorry. And other Pokemon in the Unknown Dungeon. Kevin Durant, he's busy over on ESPN. Heat more? More like heat less, right? Arkin, Tortuga, Cryogonal. Timpole podcast has been cancelled. Now, although there are 3 genies, you don't get 3 wishes. In fact, you don't get any wishes at all. If you check wish.com, you'll see that they're completely out of stock. The genie trio are not catchable in Black and White 2, not even in the postgame. You could get them with a game genie, which, hey, you already had to use to even play on challenge mode, right? Our battle preparations are complete, but before we embark on our crusade, I ask you to use the move Hold Hands, which is a real Pokemon move, and let us pray to our Patreon saint. You, the viewer, are also invited to join in our joyous prayer using the link in the description. If you're having trouble finding it, one of our missionaries should be en route to lend you a helping hand.
Yeah! Hey! Krookodile here from Crook's Crusaders. Sorry for barging in, but this is important. Have you heard of our Patreon saint? If you'd like to prove your devotion to our Patreon saint, you can do so with the link in the description. Oh, you don't think so? Oh, maybe you just need some convincing. Come here!
Blessed be our Patreon saints, whose generosity and 100% definitely voluntary donations allow us to continue our sacred mission. How do you think I purchased all this high-level equipment? We begin our crusade with a cautionary tale. You may remember that humanity was once deemed worthy of paradise, until they were deceived, and we fell from grace due to the advice of a seemingly friendly face. The demon serpent, Snivy. Won't someone rid me of this meddlesome starter? I think Black and White 2 Snivy is the worst starter in Pokemon history. I did not misspeak. Don't you dare doubt my conviction. Yes, I think it's worse than Chikorita. D tier. This infidel must be purged. If there's one thing I've been accused of throughout my history upon the tier list pulpit, it's overrating starters. I value availability a lot, and the starters are the most available Pokemon in the game. They're in literally every battle. The issue with Snivy is that you don't ever want to use it in any battle. It's so useless. What does Snivy actually do for your team? It makes your whole team worse. You rely on your starter most at the beginning of the game, when you don't yet have access to the full region of options. First boss is Charin, which is actually one of the most difficult battles in the game. And it's okay there. It's sort of a DPS race, where Charin sets up workup, and you have to stop him before he sweeps you. Snivy can kind of contribute because it gets growth, but its base attacking stats are really bad, so it needs to grow in order to actually fight back. It is absolutely useless on Roxy, who is a poison type. It should not be sent out at all. And it's also useless against Berg, who is a bug type trainer. Imagine being disadvantaged against the bug type trainer. It does almost nothing for you early. By the time Snivy actually starts facing enemies it can feasibly fight back against, the enemies in the desert, it's already critically underleveled, And there's really no point in training it up, because what do you get for your effort? You get a defensive, pure grass type. Grass is ass. You can't do anything to anyone. The superior line has a very weird stat spread. It's a fast, defensive Pokemon that does have uses, but not in an in-game playthrough. Pretty much the only thing it can do is subseeding stuff, which you cannot do in-game. 75-75 offenses are bad, but maybe it's got some crazy moves to back those numbers up with. Who am I kidding? Of course it doesn't. This is Gen 9, by the way. Let's look at Gen 5. This is beyond redemption. You get grass moves, and you get return. And that's it. And the TMs don't save it either. Best thing you can hope for is eventually you can get move tutored Aqua Tail. That's it. Snivy requires enormous amounts of favoritism for basically no payoff. There is no point in the game where you will ever say to yourself, wow, I'm glad I picked Snivy. The nicest thing I can say about Snivy is that if you pick Snivy, your rival gets Tepig, and you do some co-op double battles with your rival, and Tepig is pretty good. So the nicest thing about Snivy isn't even about Snivy! Oh, hang on, it looks like we might be able to deal some more grass damage by equipping a Miracle Seed.
Thank you for your generous contribution to Crook's Crusaders. Remember, everyone, Miracle Seeds sown in-game will be harvested in the post-game. Plant your Miracle Seeds now.
$5 microtransaction from Hammer of Subtlety, and they say, choosing Snivy means you don't get Embor or Samurott. Unova's finest. In Black and White 1, we paid $776 to cheat with a Super Snivy. Contrary, quadruple illegal super moves. And you know what? We paid, and we didn't win. This might be the one and only starter in Unova's finest. I think it might actually be that bad. There is no reason why you would ever pick Snivy. I was serious when I said it was worse than Chikorita. Chikorita gets Razor Leaf very early. Even though it does half damage to almost everything, it still does okay damage. And notably, Chikorita is also in Johto, which is way, way easier. Black and White 2 is one of the hardest games in the franchise. Chikorita also gets stat experience, which really helps patch it up compared to the enemy. So you're gonna have a stat lead, whereas Snivy is always going to have a stat deficit. Now listen up, because you're not gonna hear this in any other sermons. Chikorita even has a better move pool. Let me repeat that. Chikorita has a better move pool. It gets Body Slam and Earthquake. Snivy can't even say that. And if you're one of those people who wants to do silly status stall stuff, I don't think it's a good idea, but Chikorita can do it. It does get utility powders. Snivy doesn't. If you want to waste your life stalling the opponent out, you can do that with Chikorita. You can't even do that with Snivy. Snivy is a pure grass type with no moves, so it doesn't do any damage. And it's a pure grass type with no support moves, so it takes a zillion damage. If we're gonna try and huff some tropium, you could give Snivy Return early. You get the Return TM immediately after Gym 1, which you might not even beat because you picked Snivy, and Snivy can learn Return, without depriving your other teammates of it, because this is Gen 5, which has infinite use TMs. You know who else can use the Return TM? If you've been screeching at your screen at this entire time, lowering my defense by 2, insisting that Snivy is good, you just need contrary. We're not going to be counting hidden abilities on this list. There's no way to actually access hidden abilities for the vast majority of Pokemon because you need to get them either through events or these really randomized hidden grottos, so we are just not considering them at all. They're beyond the scope of our list. I will concede though, if theoretically you could get Contrary, Leaf Storm, Snivy in-game, I'd probably put it, yeah, in the lowest tier. It doesn't change anything. You don't even get Leaf Storm until the game is over. Completely useless at every stage of the game, and actively deprives you of the other two starters, both of whom are much better. If you pick Snivy as your starter, how about you just give yourself a game over, turn the system off, and save yourself a headache. Unova's finest, worst starter in Pokemon history, and I would be shocked if we ever sink lower than this. But it is Pokemon, so you never know. Those are my raw, uncensored, XXX communicated thoughts on Snivy. But to keep things chaste, I guess you could say those are my pure thoughts on Snivy. Now, it may shock you to know this, but I, Krookodile, the Dark-type leader of my very own, very legitimate megachurch, I do accept bribes. I've been sent a pamphlet of Snivy propaganda. I haven't actually read this yet, so you're also going to be experiencing this with me. And I will be perfectly honest here. The only reason I am willing to hear this heresy is because the person who made it, Prometheus, is our #1 megachurch donor. Otherwise, I would probably just write this off immediately as nonsense, because I can't imagine there's anything in here that's actually going to convince me. I'll just say there's going to need to be a lot of power in these points in order to dredge up Snivy from the depths. Alright, let's start reading. Snivy should be at the very bottom of A tier based on your own criteria and previous rankings of comparable Pokemon. Next slide. Cheese claims that Snivy in Black 2 White 2 is a D tier Pokemon, even Unova's finest. He claims it is the worst performing starter in the series by far, being even worse than the oft-criticized Chikorita. But are these claims true? Do they hold up to scrutiny? We'll find out in this extremely high-effort presentation that I did not make in a couple hours the night before this stream. Next slide. Firstly, we should look at Snivy's performance in-game to see what we're dealing with here. Next slide. Snivy's in-game performance with a chart here. X disadvantage, when Snivy has little it can do in a fight. Triangle neutral, when Snivy doesn't have any particular advantage or disadvantage. Circle advantage, when Snivy can sweep the opponent with a notable type advantage. So we see X 115 30%, Triangle 150 40%, Circle 114 30%. I'm guessing the number is number of trainer battles? Now this spread is not great, and what is also not shown here is how this spread develops over the course of the game. Snivy starts out in a hole in terms of performance, which takes a significant time to recover from, like Boyd from FE9, who I think is a good unit, and is also green. A significant number of wins come in the latter half of the game, particularly on the water routes. Now a normal person would look at this and say, well, if my starter isn't great early game but gets better late game, why wouldn't I just pick a better starter and catch a Pokemon that performs better late game anyways? The answer may shock you. Well, Krookodile is a ground type, so I don't think I'm gonna be shocked. Next slide. Exhibit proof. The Torterra Wars. Cheese has gone on record saying how bad the Turtwig line is in the famous Torterra Wars of the Pokemon Scarlet and Violet the Teal Mask in-game tier list. He asked the question, if Turtwig wasn't a starter, would anyone think it's any good? He claims it embodies all of the worst aspects of an in-game Pokemon. It's slow. It's defensive. Its type is terrible, grass's ass. He ranks it in D tier. This is even considering that Turtwig now gains access to Shell Smash, one of the best buffing moves in the entire series. So considering these points, you would naturally assume that in an in-game run of Turtwig's home game, Pokemon Diamond and Pearl, it would struggle as well. After all of the points above apply to Turtwig in its home game, and it doesn't even have the benefit of an insanely strong buffing move. The only points it would logically get would be availability. It's your starter. Given this information, you would assume that Turtwig in Diamond and Pearl would be ranked maybe B tier or A tier at most. A similar ranking to Chikorita, considering that while Turtwig is much better offensively, it lacks speed and does not have stat XP as a crutch like Chikorita does. However, it gains natural EQ and a ground typing, which is quite good for in-game. So where does Cheese rank it? Next slide. Let's see Cheese's ranking of this Pokemon. Apparently it's a video link, but this has been vetted by one of our high priests. Ancient clip. This was back when the congregation had just started. I think I was still under 1,000 subs when we made this. Blasted from the past. It does indeed seem like those were my words. Next slide, please. A very solid Pokemon from start to finish. What a surprising statement. So why does Turtwig get an S tier placement in its home game? According to Cheese, it's because Turtwig gains the ground type, and that means Stab Earthquake, and you can't really go wrong with Stab EQ in a Pokemon that's available from the start of the game. And that seems like a very reasonable statement from a famously reasonable man who doesn't spend 12 hours at a time talking about 20-year-old children's games. What's interesting here is the claim that Turtwig is solid from start to finish. Based on his tiering criteria and his claims about Turtwig in the Scarlet and Violet tier list, despite its advantage with Shell Smash, Turtwig in Gen 4 somehow escapes all of that and makes it all the way to S tier. Clearly, we need to further analyze this reasoning. Next slide, please. Why does Turtwig get an S tier placement? The claim is simple. Natural EQ in a Pokemon you start the game with, and another strong stab option in Woodhammer. Now this makes sense at a glance. EQ is one of the best moves in the series, and a Pokemon with as much attack as Torterra should be reliably killing enemies in one EQ or Woodhammer. Compared to Snivy, it seems obvious. Snivy does not get a good secondary typing, and is stuck with weaker moves, right? The damage calculation, we have Torterra Earthquaking Arceus versus Superior Leaf Blading Arceus. This data assumes that both Pokemon have an average attack IV, 22, an average amount of attack EVs expected throughout an in-game run, 100, and an attack boosting nature. Snivy is also at +1 attack from Coil, while Torterra has no boost. With these factors, Snivy's Leaf Blade is exactly comparable in strength to a Torterra EQ. But I hear you ask, how is it fair to compare a boosted Snivy to unboosted Torterra? I'll explain. So again, I don't know what's happening next, but at the moment I am not convinced because to me this just looks really, really, really bad. Not to mention, this is a ground move, this is a grass move, but let's see what else they have in store for us. Next slide, please. Turn order and time taken in Battle 1. The reason you don't want to be slow in Pokemon is because it allows the opponent to act. Not only do you have to weather unnecessary attacks, you also have to deal with status moves and other annoyances. However, regardless of the action the enemy takes, in terms of time taken in battle, it only matters that the enemy gets an action at all. This effectively doubles the number of actions, or turns as I will refer to it as, that a battle takes. For example, a battle against a foe with 3 Pokemon takes 3 turns if you move first and KO a Pokemon with each action. If you move second, this doubles the turn count to 6. Each enemy gets an action, significantly slowing down the pace of the game. As the goal of an in-game run is to play fairly quickly and efficiently, moving second is a huge burden. Next slide, please. So how does this apply to Superior getting a buff for its damage calculation? It's simple. Superior has 113 base speed, more than enough to outspeed essentially every enemy you fight. Torterra, on the other hand, has a pitiful 56 speed, which Cheese has directly acknowledged is too slow. If you have a Pokemon that moves second but kills the enemy without a buff, and a Pokemon that moves first but requires a buff to kill the enemy, the more Pokemon the enemy has, the more efficient the buffer is going to be over the slow Pokemon. But what exactly is the difference in turns taken? Next slide, please. Turn order and time taken in Battle 3. So we have a chart here, a slow non-buffer facing up to 6 Pokemon. The slow non-buffer fighting 1 Pokemon has 2 turns taken, 2 Pokemon 4 turns taken, 3 Pokemon 6 turns taken, 4 Pokemon 8 turns taken, 5 Pokemon 10 turns taken, 6 Pokemon 12 turns taken. So just 2 turns per Pokemon, assuming they always move second. For the fast buffer on Pokemon number 1, you take 3 turns because you have to buff. Second Pokemon, you take 4 turns. Third Pokemon, you take 5 turns. Fourth Pokemon, you take 6 turns. Fifth Pokemon, you take 7 turns. And sixth Pokemon, you take 8 turns. As you can see, at 1 Pokemon, being unbuffed is better. At 2 Pokemon, both take the same number of turns. At 3 or more Pokemon, the buffer becomes more efficient. So the breakpoint is 3 or more, is what they're claiming. Next slide, please. So when it comes to the Pokemon most efficient at clearing battles, Torterra only consistently wins against foes with only 1 Pokemon. Now there are some complicating factors here. Firstly, ground is a much better offensive type than grass. This means for a number of fights, Serperior might have to buff more than once to sweep using a neutral move like Return. Second, Torterra won't always go second. You do have level advantage and EVs, and while they aren't as strong as the old stat XP system, they can give you the boost you need. In addition, EQ allows Torterra to potentially beat a common grass counter, Fire. This is mitigated somewhat by Torterra's lack of speed. But it means that Torterra has much better coverage than Serperior, right? After all, only hitting with grass and normal moves leaves you at a huge disadvantage. Well, regardless of what lies ahead on this PowerPoint, I do want to give them credit for these acknowledgements, because this pretty much is stuff I was going to try and say. So yes, I do agree with all of these points here. Next slide, please. Aqua Tail. Black 2, White 2 allows Serperior to learn Aqua Tail in Lentimus Town after the 6th badge. You can also pick up some Lentimus bread, where 1 bite can fill the stomach of a grown man. Aqua Tail single-handedly saves Serperior from the lower tiers. This is ridiculous, right? Serperior doesn't have any hands. Serperior easily has a delta of at least 30 between good matchups and neutral/poor matchups from this one move. It means that Serperior now beats fire types that would otherwise stomp it, as even an unboosted Aqua Tail is enough to kill them. I can directly attest to this from my own recent playthrough of Black 2 White 2, where Serperior consistently one-shot enemy fire types with an unboosted Aqua Tail. The 90% accuracy also is not a significant factor because Coil boosts your accuracy. This also opens up Iron Tail as a potential option, but the only Pokemon it would be effective against that you aren't already effective against are Ice types. And the most common Ice types you fight in the game are Zinzalins, Cryogonal, and Weavile, neither of which have any physical bulk to even survive an unboosted Leaf Blade. Next slide, please. With all of this being said, the last thing to look at is Turtwig's matchup spread in its own game. If Turtwig really is S tier and Snivy really is as low as D tier, then Turtwig must have a significantly better matchup spread in the main story. Note that this spread is based on Diamond Pearl, not Platinum, as they are the games that Cheese considered when ranking Turtwig. Next slide, please. Turtwig's in-game performance, and this is using the same legend as previously. Anybody else excited for Legends ZA? Or Legends X? Triangle Circle? 24% disadvantage, 47% neutral, 29% advantage. What's notable about this is that Turtwig has a very similar percentage of good matchups and a slightly lower number of bad matchups. In return, it has far more neutral matchups. This is almost entirely due to the enemy teams in Diamond and Pearl being very samey, as the Pokedex is so much smaller. It should be noted that if I were to use Platinum as the base for this, it would look significantly worse for Turtwig. Overall, however, Turtwig has a slight advantage in matchup spread throughout the game. I believe I was also exceedingly generous in what I considered to be neutral matchups. What is important to note is that Turtwig suffers heavily from its speed. Snivy can at least fall back on outspeeding and buffing with Coil to win harder fights. Meanwhile, even in its good fights, Torterra is constantly taking chip damage. This significantly slows down the pace of the game, even more so if you are forced to use Woodhammer in fights, as the recoil makes this problem worse. Next slide, please. Comparison and matchup spread. So these are the same charts from earlier, but this time laid side to side. As you can see, Turtwig does not have a massive matchup spread advantage from its secondary ground typing. It should also be noted that Diamond Pearl are the slowest games in the series, and in a significant number of its fights, it will be moving second. This means a significant amount of extra weighting from the horrendously slow battle speed. However, Turtwig ultimately retains the overall advantage in in-game performance. Next slide, please. Conclusions. With all of this said, I do recognize that Turtwig is better than Snivy. Specifically, it has a notably better early game performance with Rourke being the first gym leader, and I do understand that the early game is the most important time for your starter. However, the overall performance of Snivy is at least comparable to Turtwig. Considering that Turtwig is all the way in S tier, I cannot understand how Snivy, whose performance is only slightly worse, is somehow all the way down in D tier or even in the finest. If you are being honest and consistent with your ranking as you have previously established. Snivy should be at the bottom of A tier. It has perfect availability and its overall game performance is about 1 tier lower than Turtwig. Since Turtwig is an S tier Pokemon, Snivy therefore should end up in A tier. To put him any lower would be to reveal that you have no consistent standard for your tierings. And you just have a personal grudge, bad move by the way, against Snivy and are preying on his downfall. I don't think this is a typo, I think this is an intentional pun. You know what you need to do. Move Snivy up to where he belongs, else you prove to the world that you are a charlatan who cannot be trusted, a coward, a cretin, a crook. Thanks for listening. So to sum up the accusations against me, I'm being pestered to either drop Turtwig or raise Snivy in the rankings, or else I am guilty of criminal actions and inconsistent tierings. I stand accused of being a crook. Well, I've got news for you. I am a crook. Yeah, I'm not convinced. What have you done? The human body can't handle that much tropium. We're losing him. I need 2 lava cookies, a full restore, 3 raspberries. He's gone. I mean, I don't really think I have anything else to say. I'm not convinced, I'm sorry. You want my final confession? If I had the choice between demoting Diamond and Pearl Turtwig or promoting Black and White 2 Snivy, I would demote Diamond and Pearl Turtwig to B. As for Black and White 2 Snivy, Unova's finest. Worst starter in the series. I also think the PowerPoint really undersold how much better Stab Earthquake is than nothing, which is what Snivy gets. The Snivy Schism. Prometheus nailed his 9-slide PowerPoint to Crook's door and was rebuked. His spells are going to cost more next turn. If anything, Snivy's crimes have now extended to retroactively lowering the ranking of another grass type. In our most recent Black and White 2 Pray to Win Crusade, we actually did replace Snivy with Turtwig. We used a special Turtwig with divine holy blood powers, and it was borderline unusable. At the end of the day, who you gonna trust? Your friendly father Krookodile, or a snake? In the live, it's been 4 hours and we've ranked 1 Pokemon. Never question our piety, okay? Patience is a virtue. Tepig! It's always a special moment when someone chooses the fire starter. Oh, who is he gonna choose?
Soybean prices haven't been this high in 7 years.
I love Charmander.
Tepig is your Unova fire type option. Does gain a secondary type, gains the fighting type as early as the Pignite evolution. Stats-wise, this distribution is haram. This is the very worst kind of fake bulk. Good attacking stats, but unacceptable defenses and speed. Maybe he's a missionary from the Hoenn homies. I wouldn't exactly describe its move pool as kosher either. You're pretty much mandated to use Flame Charge in order to not even outspeed, just barely keep pace with your enemies. And Arm Thrust as your best level up fighting option is unacceptable. You eventually get some pretty decent TM options, but remember that all of this is going on a super slow, super frail template in a game where everyone is trying to cull the wild boar population. You will die immediately against any competent opponent, of which this game has several. Great typing, pretty good TM options, and it's a starter, so ordinarily I would put that in S, but it is way too slow. There's going to be quite a few fights where you just die before you can do anything, and you can forget about sweeping most teams without wasting turns using Flame Charge. Not to mention, this is a fighting type that can't actually reach all of those birds that are flitting around. I'm gonna put it in A, which for most Pokemon would be pretty good, but for a starter, that's actually pretty bad. Don't despair, Tepig. I'm sure you'll bring home the bacon as one of the starter options in Pokemon Legends Z-Day. Depends on whether or not speed actually matters in the battle system. Just from what I've seen of the demo, it looks extremely jank. It looks horrible, but I guess I'll have to play it and see. Well, this tier list took so long that I actually did play Legends ZA, and see for myself that it was worse than I could have imagined. I don't know if I should be honored or not, but I was featured in the 2025 4chan Video Game Awards as one of their representative Legends ZA haters. I guess this is the kind of notoriety being a Pokemon hater will get you. 4chan Awards. But regarding Tepig's performance in the game, it's actually pretty good because it turns out that Legends ZA is the only Pokemon game where speed doesn't actually matter. All it does is reduce your cooldown timers, and the animations take so long that your move cooldowns don't really matter anyway. Although this is a battle system where Meganium is also pretty good, so you really can't trust anything that you know about Pokemon when it comes to Legends ZA. Oshawott. If you're tired of super long-winded, overly detailed and rambly Pokemon rankings, then you'll appreciate this one. Oshawott. It's a water type. Water's a good type, but you start with it, so it gets a little bonus. There you go. This is one of the most nothing starters ever. Here's the stats. They're fine. They're good enough. Nothing exciting. Here's the moves. They're fine. They're good enough. Nothing exciting. Level 17 Razor Shell's pretty good. To find even more things wrong in the world to blame Snivy for, Snivy also nerfs Oshawott. Because if you pick Oshawott, your rival who you have to team up with gets Snivy, who is useless. Oshawott is medium enough, and now it has to essentially fight 2v1 in doubles with your rival. Thanks for the assist, Snivy. To revive an ancient meme, what are you gonna say about this thing? Yeah, it's a water type. It's fine. It's Unovan Blastoise. It's a water type and you start with it, so it's probably pretty good. I would say that when it comes to points of interest, Oshawott doesn't have a leg to stand on. But unfortunately it does. It has 4. So much wasted potential. They had a chance at redemption with Hisuian Samurott, and they wasted it again! They just doodled on the horn with a black Sharpie and called it a dark type. That's it for Oshawott. This thing is so boring. It's an OSHA violation. Must be why they call it Oshawott. I think OSHA is workplace safety? Well, this is my job, so it's boring and that's hazardous to my health. The Gen 5 starters really could not have come at a worse time. Extremely boring pure grass type, extremely boring pure water type, and the 3rd firefighting type in a row. Along with trash and ice cream, it was the perfect storm to alienate true Pokemon fans like myself and push us away from the franchise. Stronger starters could have really helped save the reputation of Gen 5. Patrat, probably the most hated Route 1 rodent. I don't know anyone who likes this thing, and for good reason. You can see the crazy in those eyes. Extremely slow, extremely outclassed by almost everything. The only things that save it from being consigned to the finest are that it has very good availability, it's available basically immediately, and stab return after the first gym. If it wasn't for that, it would be one of the worst Pokemon in the game. Instead, it's just really bad. It is an early way to access hypnosis, which is one of the crappiest ways to help boost your cat's chance, but that's something. I hear that Matt Pat Rad is running for the Senate or some sort of political position. Not sure I would vote for them. Meow. Meow. Purr. Loin. Much of the story of Black and White 2 revolves around your rival trying to recover his sister's long-lost purloin, which was filched by the nefarious Team Plasma. It makes the entire game's story kind of ridiculous, because why would you ever want to use this thing? You wouldn't. It's decently fast, so it probably moves first. And then what? Maybe it's like other early root Pokemon in that it gets a powerful stab move ahead of the curve. Nope. Pursuit from level 15 until level 43. Purloin is well known for the dive cat's shenanigans, and it appears to be mid-dive because, yeah, it's in the lowest tier. Don't say that Liepard is catching strays. I caught this stray, and I brought it to the Pound. Pound as a level up move might unironically be an upgrade. It's a cat, not a dog, but you should Old Yeller it. We have no cats, Kathleen. Lillipup! There's an extreme whiplash in quality between the Route 1 vermin of Gen 5, because while these two bozos are borderline useless, Lillipup is arguably the best Route 1 vermin in the entire franchise? Did you know that there are no rules in the League Challenge Handbook that say that a dog can't Pokemon battle? It's a good boy! Lillipup line has very solid stats throughout each of its evolutions. Those evolutions come at good times when you need the power spikes. It has Pickup and Intimidate as options, both of which have very good utility. And it has Stab Return as early as right after the first gym. It's by far the best user of that. It's almost like a second pseudo-starter. Very useful to have in reserve as a Pokemon that can do something to most opponents. I do think that Stoutland is overall very overrated. Even though I am putting it in the A tier, I am saying it's good. But it's good for a Route 1 vermin. These are the Stoutland stats. They are overall quite mediocre. And Stoutland very much suffers from being a mono-normal type. It will, at best, be neutral against the opponent, and very often, it is in fact disadvantaged. Don't forget that in Unova, everybody's got their black belt from the McDojos. You can't punch through these enemy fighting types, but they can definitely punch through you. Everyone is itching to increase their puppy pummeler MMR, and Stoutland is a prime target. Capped at A for the Lillipup line, but there's no shame in that. I'd say he's still a good boy. $10 Mac transaction from Snake Man versus Arbok. Arbok is not in this game. Brief argument for S. Amazing availability, return stab after first gym, can be a good H employee, makes it very good for in-game, if not falling off later. It's kinda like Nidoking. I was sorta with you until the end. No, Nidoking is way better. Nidoking is in an easier game, and Nidoking has way better moves. Nidoking never falls off. Stoutland falls off pretty hard. I don't think Lillipup in S is insane or anything, but the overall quality of Unova Pokemon is very high. For context, I will be putting Darmanitan in S. Pidove, the common pigeon. You find these rats with wings everywhere. But you know what? I think Pidove gets a bad rap. Speaking of bad rap.
Hello? Is this thing on? Is there anyone out there? Am I all alone? I need a bigger axe.
Ever been to a church where they played rap music? I think that the Pidove line is overhated and underrated. Its dollar store Staraptor but Staraptor is really good.
Okay.
I think Pidove is fine. Do note, this is only in Black and White 2, and basically as a normal type that doesn't get hit by ground moves. If Pidove did not have almost instant stab return, then it would not be flying even this high, it would be here. And that might be being generous. Everybody in the congregation is hollering that B is too high. I have heard your complaints. I am unfazed. This unfazant uprising will be put down. Here's unfazant stats. They're fine. 105 attack, 93 speed. That's fine. They're better than Stoutlands, who everybody was clamoring for me to put even higher than A. And yet you're saying that B for Unfazant is too high? Now, despite being a normal flying type, Unfazant may as well just be a normal type. It actually has a pretty good flying move pool. Unfortunately, been playing too much Xenoblade. They're really obsessed with Air Slash! Why are these special attacks? Really, really wishes it had acrobatics. If it had acrobatics, I would probably give it an A, but an aerial ace up your sleeves is not gonna cut it, even though it is actually a slashing move. Make no mistake, the move pool is horrible. It's just a stab return bot. I think immediately available stab return bot with okay stats is B. How often are you using a move on Stoutland that is not return? I am appalled by your lack of faith. The humble pigeon continues to endure harsh words and stones thrown by the jeering crowd. It is weak to those stones. I'm not saying this thing is good. I'm saying it's acceptable, purely on the back of immediate stab return. That's it. Any other game, any other context, I agree, this thing is medium. It's very lucky that it's in a Black and White 2 tier list. B tier. Tons of holy art features divine doves. Doves are pigeons. Pigeons are doves. I will not forsake you, Pidove. Especially because you're so delicious. In Egypt, we pretty regularly eat pigeons. They're very tasty. Issue is there isn't much meat. But hey, we can't eat Tepig, so we gotta eat something else, right? Swaddle. Wish I could say it was so-so, but the icon is a bit of a spoiler. Hey, it's better than Snivy. If you want to deep dive into Swaddle, check out Beginner Bugs, where we spend maybe 10 to 15 minutes extolling the virtues of the Swaddle line. And it does have some. Okay, the universe is very mad that The universe is very mad that I was ranking Leaveney poorly. These stats, actually very similar to all of the stats that we've seen so far, right? They're all around this speed, they're all around this attack, except for Snivy. So yeah, better stats than Snivy. Very good stats for a bug that you would expect to have horrendous stats, but not good stats overall. So what's the issue with Leaveney? Why am I putting it in the lowest tier? This is why. Grass bug typing is diabolical. This is the worst typing in the entire franchise. It is worse than Rock Steel, it is worse than Rock Ice, it is worse than any single pure type. Bug and grass are a horrendous combination. They don't cover their weaknesses at all, in fact they compound them. And offensively, they hit the exact same stuff for half damage. As a bug grass type, you can't do anything to anyone. Absolutely horrendous matchups against almost everything in the game. To try and find the light about Leaveney, the evolution to Leaveney is friendship. So by the time you reach Swadloon, you're almost certainly friendly enough to immediately reach Leaveney, which will give you good stats for that point in the game. Unfortunately, those stats are sewn onto the worst typing in the franchise. You are completely useless in almost every matchup. There's a zillion flying types that instantly kill you. You can't hide in a triple battle because flying moves can snipe you from any position. One thing that grass types can try and do is they can deal effective damage to rock types, except that all of those rock types have sturdy, so you can't kill them in one hit, and you might not even knock them down to sturdy because they tend to be physically defensive and you're a physical attacker. So you deal pretty good but not amazing damage to them, and then they squash you because you're a bug type. Oh! That's what I deserve for mocking Bug Stab. Probably about the most damage you'll see a bug type move deal. Don't trust your kids with this nanny. Leave-any. Leave is right.
Now, go. Leave this place and never return.
So true. It should leave this place because it's weak to ice. And it also doesn't make good use of return. 2008 Blizzard was so prescient. Sunkern. It's like Leave-any, except nobody's gonna try and defend this. Unova's finest. Pure grass, pure ass. Literally worst stats in the franchise. Until you get the Sunstone in Nimbasa City. What are your stats after you blossom? Now this is one sun that I wouldn't praise. Looking for group Sunkern Temple? Anyone? Anyone want to run Sunkern Temple? Anyone for Sunkern Temple? Sunkern Temple, anyone? Sunk. How many more do we have? Uh-oh. Mareep! Ampharos apologists are still stuck in Gen 2, in an endless slumber, under the illusion that Ampharos is still good. Wake up, Mareeple. Ampharos is not good.
Okay.
It's just okay. It is good in Gen 2, where it has stat XP buffing up its terrible speed, and also because it's registered for the Elemental Punch-Out League, for some very nice coverage. In Black and White 2, even though it is available early on Flakessi Ranch, it is way too slow, so you are going to get clobbered on most turns. And although it is beefy for an electric type, even though it's actually lamb, not beef, it is definitely not bulky enough to take repeated punches from the heavyweights in Black and White 2. And it's not strong enough to guaranteed kill on its counterattacks. And as with many other electric types, it gets electric moves and nothing else. Which isn't the worst monotype to be locked into, but it certainly would have appreciated more coverage. Final rating for Mareep. Ampharos starts with A, but we're gonna slap it with a B. Bah. It's been 5.5 hours in real time, and we've ranked 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 Pokemon. Here's Psyduck. C tier. It's a water type. Next. If you pray to win with hundreds of dollars to bless it with the very legitimate Drizzle ability, then it's pretty good. Water type is good. You probably want a water type option. If you didn't pick Oshawott, Psyduck is one of the only water types you have until you get Surf. When you're thirsty, you'll drink anything, right? Would you even drink Psyduck water? I don't really know what that means. I'm just saying it's mediocre. Azurill. It's not actually a water type, but it evolves into a water type, Marill, with high friendship, and then it evolves again very quickly into Azumarill at level 18. So probably by the time you get to the Marill friendship, you're ready to go to Azumarill. Marill receives pretty huge periodic buffs throughout the series, gained huge power in Gen 3, gain physical water to actually use that huge power in Gen 4, and in the very next game, Gen 6, we would gain the secondary fairy typing. So we have 2 out of 3 of the buffs. While we may not be at peak power, huge power is still pretty good. Issue with Azumarill. Azumarill sucks ass. Look at this thing, it doesn't even believe in itself. Doodee-dee. These stats are a joke. Now, the attack is actually quite good because of huge power doubling not just the base value, but your entire attack stat. But part of the issue with that is your entire attack stat includes your IV and any EVs, which you are not going to be controlling on a normal in-game playthrough, so you don't get full huge power value. It's still good, it's just not as good as it would be in a serious try-hard playthrough. You are stuck with this up until High Friendship, and once you reach your final evolution, Azumarill, I see 50 base speed. That is not good. 50 base speed is way too low. Its level up moves actually got a massive buff. In Black and White 2 specifically, you get level 21 Aquatail as opposed to level 47. Wow. What else do you get? I guess that's it. No Aqua Jet, because that's a breeding move, and there's no way you're going to be getting breeding moves. You do eventually get Ice Punch from a tutor. So Aqua Tail and Ice Punch, and return, I guess. Pure Power and early Aqua Tail, and Water typing being good. How much is that worth?
Okay.
It's worth a B. It does waddle out of the sea on its legs. I mean, it doesn't even start as a water type. 50 base speed, getting clocked in the face every turn by the monsters you have to fight in this game. B is as high as it's gonna float for me. I only have a limited quantity of quality time to dish out to my friends. I ain't giving it to Azurill, cause I'm giving it to Riolu. New hero, Lucas. Play now. You get Riolu extremely early, same time as these others at Flakesi Ranch. And I do think Lucario overall in this game is quite overrated. I often hear that it's just an instant win, super sweep, and that the game is over before it begins since you get this so early. I disagree. I don't think this thing is worthy of entering the Sacred Realm. We'll give it an S though. Here's Riolu's stats. This is the baby form, and it has 70 attack and 60 speed. That's really good. And they grow up so fast. You just have to make friends with it for it to evolve into Lucario. And Lucario's stats are endgame ready before the second gym. Wow. Mixed attacking is often used as an insult, but when you actually do have mixed attacking stats and are not slow, mixed attacking is actually good. Now you might be looking at these numbers and wondering why it's not eligible for the Sacred Realm. And this is why. The moves are pretty mediocre. You are forced to Force Palm for a huge portion of the game. Your stats and Stab Force Palm are good enough to get you to the end, but I do think you miss out on truly being game-breakingly good due to this lackluster level up move pool. You do get some good TMs, especially on special. I know people normally think of Lucario as a physical attacker, but Lucario's special attack is actually higher than its physical. While there are some Riolu riots in the chat, it's only people saying to put it in A. So everyone is in agreement that it is at lowest A. I never thought I would have to defend Black and White 2 Lucario in S as a controversial opinion. Steel typing is also very valuable because you are going to be taking some stray hits since enemies are so strong. And if you're a steel type, unless you're against one of those McDojo kids, you probably resist whatever move they're using, so you can stay in the ring and keep palming them forcefully. Speaking of fighting types, when I was a kid, I actually used to take Taekwondo classes, and my dojo rival, his name was Rialo. Which is not Riolu, but it's pretty close. Rialo, wherever you are, I hope you're doing well. Hopefully not talking about Riolu in a Pokemon tier list as part of your fake mega church scheme. Audino, the hearing Pokemon. It's kind of like if you shouted, Chansey! And then you listened for the echo. The echo, of course, being a shadow of the real thing. Normal type with stab early return, and a really good TM move pool later on. That's probably enough to escape Unova's finest, but not by much. Audino is going to be a very, very important member of your Black and White 2 playthrough. It helps you out a ton, just not on your team. The main role of Audino is to be an EXP pinata. You look for it in rustling grass, and then you mug it for all the XP it's worth. In that sense, it's actually very powerful. Just not in a way that we can credit it for in this tier list. Audino. Japanese name is Tabun ne? In English that would be, yeah, maybe. So would I use Tabun ne? Audi, no. I wouldn't. Dunsparce. Officially a joke Pokemon. This thing is not intended to be good or usable in any way. Are you ready? You can't call me a heretic. I'm in charge of this fake religion, okay? Yes, that is Dunsparce above one of the starter options. We're so used to treating Dunsparce as a joke that people forget these stats for the very beginning of the game, instantly, yeah, they're fine. 70 attack, stab normal return. You can win a few battles with that. Am I saying this Pokemon is good? No, it's real bad. But for the early game, you could actually do a lot worse than Dunsparce. For anybody at this stage looking at the tier list and wondering what the hell is going on, the answer is infinite use, return TM right after Gym 1. If it wasn't for that, yeah, obviously this would be complete garbage. But that return TM is doing some serious work. It is the air freshener that is working overtime to stamp down the stink. We didn't even mention any of the cheesy stuff you could try and do with Serene Grace, and that's because that cheese is rank. Don't bother. This thing is just an early game stab return bot, and it's not even particularly good at that. Forget this defense curl rollout crap. Forget about Glaire's Serene Grace headbutt flinching. Don't try and get cute, even though Tsuchinoko is really cute. Invest in Tsuchinocoin, get your returns early, and then get out of there before the market crashes. As long as you're not the one holding the bag, it's not a crime. I'm not sure that argument would hold up in court. Venipede, the other member of the Gen 5 Beginner Bugs duo, and probably the better one, although not by that much. I think this thing skitters into the C tier. For a full look into the entomology, is that right? What do you call the study of bugs? Is it entomology? Entomon is like the DJ, right? For a full entomological analysis, check out Beginner Bugs, but for the sake of brevity, Venipede line, actually very good stats for a bug type. Kind of a late evolution to its final form compared to Leaveney. Leaveney is almost instant because you do it with friendship, but it takes a while for Whirlipede to develop scoliosis and evolve. It's level 33 or so. I would say the main thing that hobbles Scolipede, despite the fact that it has so many legs, is the typing. Bug Poison is actually pretty good defensively, but offensively, and offense is what counts in game, it is borderline useless. Both of your stab types don't do anything to anyone. There is some psychic type prey late in the game, but the issue with that is your secondary type is poison, so you're actually also weak to them. So it's not as easy to prey upon nerds with your Megahorn skewer as you might think. It does happen sometimes though. It does have a boosting option in the form of Swords Dance, You gotta get it from Pokemon World Tournament. It's probably more grinding than I'm willing to do. You might be wondering if Speed Boost saves this thing, and it doesn't for a myriad of reasons. First is that we're not counting hidden abilities because they're too much of a hassle to get. Second reason is that it doesn't even get Speed Boost because in Gen 5 it only has Quick Feet. And thirdly, it doesn't even need Speed Boost because it's actually pretty fast. If there's a Venipede in your vicinity, alert your local bug catchers. They'll deal with the threat appropriately, as in catch it and chuck it in C tier. Now all of you listening to this sermon at home, please rise for our holy hymn. You all know the words, so sing along.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Let's spell it again together. D. Yeah, that sounds about right. Dogars will choke this point. Slow, defensive poison type. It's actually got kind of a good special move pool, and it is very, very bulky and hard to break, but that doesn't really do anything to help you. To win the battle, you have to actually kill the opponent, and Dogars cannot do that. It probably makes sense to rank the other putrid poison types now, because I don't have environmentally friendly things to say about any of them. Dogos with Levitate is actually very hard to kill, which means it can tickle the opponent back. Dogars will choke this point. Regarding Grimer, oh, look at this ad, made with domestic Electros, that's coming up. Actually pretty good attack, but pitifully slow. Poison is a horrible offensive monotype, the worst in the game. And to get these stats, it takes 38 levels. 38 levels for this. And this is an early game catch, so you have to actually level it up. You find this thing in the Castelia sewers? Well, that's where it should stay with the rest of the sludge. Actually, probably better than these guys. As if the odor wasn't rank enough, the stench is about to get truly unholy. It's trubbish. You're supposed to sort your trash. You separate recyclables and burnables. You don't make all stats the same. Level 36 Evo, by the way. 36 levels. For this. At least Trubbish is easy to describe. Design, stats, move pool, typing. All of it? Trash. Here in the depths, we appear to have formed a trifecta of trash. Here's the unholy Triforce. Triforce? More like Trifarce. Or because they're poison types, how about Trifart? Just kidding, I'm fine. Poison attacks suck. Our loyal guardian, Guardy the Growlithe. Available very early at Verbank Complex. Needs a Firestone to evolve into the legendary Pokemon Windy the Arcanine, who has very, very good stats. You can get Elemental Evolution Stones from Dust Clouds, and the first ones you can get are in Castelia City. Fire is a good type. Arcanine does have good stats, but it doesn't have good moves. Best part about Arcanine is the beefy stat. You want to access these as soon as possible, but the moment you get stoned, you sacrifice all of your level up moves. That means you get nothing. You're gonna have to rely on TMs. You do eventually get Flamethrower and Fire Blast, but it's a bit of a wait. Apparently it's in Lacunosa Town. Oh, had water types, beware. He's wild charging right at you, although you get this in Victory Road after you do all the water routes, so not really. Good availability, good stats, really let down by the move pool, and wishes that it had a good secondary type. I hope you like Flame Wheel and Non-stab return.
Okay.
High B, probably. It's named Arcanine. Why doesn't it learn Arcfire? Have the developers even played their own game? Magnets. How do they work? I don't know. I just know that they do work. Get in the zone. Magnezone. Now, I said get in the zone mostly because it's fun to say. I actually don't think you should get in the zone. You should probably stop at Magneton because you already do magnetons of damage. I've been a big Rare Coil advocate since the very beginning. Rare Coil is Magneton's Japanese name, I don't know why. But there's always something that holds the Magnemite line back, either wonky availability or horrible moves. One of those flaws is kind of still with us. Here are Magneton stats. We're not even in the zone, but we are doing magnetons of damage. 120 special attack, that's really good. 70 speed is iffy. Just got an advertisement here for mixed nuts. We're definitely not a mixed attacker, but maybe I could go for some creepy nuts. So if you listen to creepy nuts in the zone, your stats do increase, but one of them, the one that you most needed to jack up, actually goes down. You lose 10 speed because this is one of those very portly Gen 4 evolutions. You don't actually need 10 more special attack, and you cannot afford to lose 10 speed. So don't get in the zone. Another advantage of not playing as a zoner, I know people find zoners obnoxious, is that because Magneton can, but doesn't evolve into Magnezone, it means you can actually equip the Eeveelite, which you get in Castelia City. While I don't think defensive utility is the be-all end-all, when you can get 50% more defenses for free with this incredible defensive typing, I think that actually does count as a significant advantage. This type chart is even deceptively bad, because while Fairy doesn't exist, you lose that, you still had a Dark and Ghost type resist, and there's a lot of Dark types in this game. Main flaw for the Magnemite line would be, it has some difficulty generating electric moves. I hope you like Thunder Shock. Magnets, how do they work? This is a physical move. Mirrors, how do they work? This thing is just a bundle of mysteries. How can Mirror Shot be real if our eyes aren't real? You do get the Thunderbolt TM eventually, but eventually means end of Victory Road, so you're mostly going to be using Charge Beam or Volt Switch, neither of which are amazing. Magnemite line unfortunately short circuits a bit when it comes to the move pool, but it has so many other insane traits that I do think it magnet rises up to the S tier. Always has its incredible typing and stats, also has the sturdy ability, so no matter how buff your enemy is, you will always get at least one shot to counterattack them. Eventually you can access the truly good moves, and then you're really in the zone, although not literally because you stay as Magneton. One thing that could have saved Snivy, if using Coil, just turned it into Coil. That would definitely be an upgrade. I'm issuing an edict here for all Crusaders. You may encounter an enemy pilgrim by the name of Colress. Don't get suckered in by his honeyed words, okay? He looks smart because he's got glasses. It's all a ruse, okay? Just wearing glasses doesn't give your words any more weight. That nerd believes Magnezone is good. Well, he's right on that. That dweeb can control Dwebbles? Don't let him control you. Don't trust a single other thing that Poindexter says.
Don't worry, you can trust Father Krookodile. After all, greed is good.
Attention all Crooks Crusaders. You're being deceived. You have to listen to me. My name is Colgate. Your leader, Father Krookodile, is a fraud, and I can prove it. That so-called miracle when he healed that man with 3 base speed, just before the flash of light. Freeze! Enhance! That's just a Castelia cone with Speedwing sprinkles. What about when he defeated those ghouls on stage? A again just before the flash of light. Freeze! Enhance! You can see the wires pulling them off stage. I can't prove it yet, but I don't think he has major Masada blood either. So how can he wield the Cash Bringer? Well, according to my research into the gene splice, I've said too much already. The next time we meet, I'll tell you everything.
It's all enemy propaganda. Trust me and no one else, okay? If you're worried you might have to swear an oath of celibacy to join our crusade, fear not. It's Booby right here for all of you to gawk at. Booby! Magby's Japanese name. Usually babies are annoying and useless. But 75 attack, 70 special attack, 83 speed? I can see why people like boobies. You are stuck with these stats up until level 30, where you can go from Booby to Boober. But for early and even mid-game, those stats are fine. Level up move pool is okay, level 22 to get Flame Burst. 70 base power? Sure. And once you really get Boo Burning as a Magmortar, you actually get a really, really good TM move pool. Look at this! You got Earthquake, you got Thunderbolt? Flamethrower, Overheat, some real winners. Takes a while to actually reach Magmortar. The Magmarizer is Plasma Frigate, very late, but Magmar is also really good. In some ways, it's actually better than Magmortar because, hey, it's faster. All that extra bulk on your Boober is gonna weigh you down. When it comes to stats, some people say that bigger is always better, but it can cause some real issues. Sometimes it is the right choice to go ahead and get the devolution surgery. Reduced. Once you come to terms with the fact that the extended childhood, baby form Booby up to level 30, really isn't that bad, I think you'll agree that we're gonna slap him in.
Okay.
B for Booby. Ella the Kid. In many ways, a mirror of the Booby line. Also cursed with an extended childhood up to level 30, with better stats than you would expect for a baby, especially the speed, but those offenses are very suspicious. Once you're buzzing, you get only slightly faster at 105, but your offenses get a huge buff, in particular your special attack. But don't get too comfortable, because once you get your electrolytes from your electrolyzer, you're now a physical attacker. Although your special attack is still fine. And although you are a member of the Gen 4 Chonker Club, where you become wide and lose some speed, unlike the others, Electivire actually can afford to lose the speed. 95 is still fine. So in this case, I would say, go to the Electivire stage. It's overall a big buff. Electivire has a very good physical move pool, responsible for teaching a lot of newer players that super effective text doesn't actually kill the opponent. That's in competitive though. In-game, it probably does. I think Electivire is stronger than Magmortar, but I think Magby is stronger than Elekid, and you're stuck with Magby and Elekid for a while. I think it overall balances out. And although we got a donation from a user named Volt Tackle earlier, we know that donation was not intended for Electivire, because its best physical stab move is Thunder Punch. I think Ella the Kid is gonna wild charge.
Okay.
Into the B tier. B for Bolt, B for Booby. B Bros. Rattata. The Route 1 rodent. Except it's not Route 1. You find it infesting the sewers beneath Castelia. Stats-wise, it's better than Watchhog, although that's really not much of a compliment. And it does still have Stab Return. It's also at a level where it will pretty much immediately evolve into Raticate for a power spike. You may add any number of Relentless Rats to your deck. I choose to include 0. Zubatto! Often on my tier lists, I get people accusing me of being blind as a Zubat, because I think that the Zubat line is really overrated. Yes, Crobat is extremely fast, so it goes first. And then what? You dazzle them with your acrobatics. Acrobatics at level 33. That is a 110 base power stab move. Of course it's the best acrobatics user in the game. It's literally a bat. Enemies will never see what hit them. And I'm asking for you to pretend you never saw this TM list, because it's pretty terrible. Really good availability. Dud stage of Zubat is basically over as soon as you catch it. It almost immediately evolves into a Golbat that can make do with Wing Attack until you're friendly enough to go Crow. And once you get Crobat Acrobatics, you can just spam that button to win most battles. I can see why this thing is great, but our enemies will never see what hit them.
Don't worry, Pikachu. No matter what, I'll save you.
Woobat! Woo, of course, being an expression of joy. Woo, guys! Don't these stats put a smile on your face? Friendship Evo to Swoobat? It's pretty fast. Highest attacking stat, 77. With a signature move that only the Swoobat line can use. Heart Stamp. 60 base power psychic move. Physical. Huh? With 57 physical attack. Ugh, Woobat. More like Poobat. Forget about Heart Stamp. I got a stamp for you. You think this thing is any good? Stamped. Are you ready to rock? And roll, it's Roggenrola. It's very sturdy, literally. This is Unovan Geodude, although it's missing a lot of the things that make Geodude good. What makes Geodude good is the Stab Earthquake and the fact that it's in Gen 2. Roggenrola does not have Stab Earthquake. Roggenrola is in a much more difficult game where it will always be moving second. And these McDojo warriors are gonna be chipping away at it with those rock smashes. Undeniably does have really great physical stats. Don't look too hard at the special ones. But you are gonna be moving second almost always. And you're gonna get worn down to rubble extremely quickly. But maybe the rubble form actually gains a ground typing. Gigalith is a trade evolution, which is really annoying, but you can actually pick it up in an in-game trade. You hand over an Emolga, and you get a Gigalith back after the trade evo. That's actually pretty good. Regarding trade evos, I'm just gonna assume that you can get them. If you're playing this game on challenge mode, which we are rating based on, the chance that you're on a Nintendo PC is exceedingly high, right? Whatever sorcery you had to do to unlock challenge mode, turning trade evos into level evos is several ranks below that. I'm just gonna assume that you can somehow get your grubby mitts on final form trade evos. Being a super slow defensive pure type with a terrible defensive type rock is a huge strike against Gigalith, but it does have really good defense and sturdy, so it can take that strike. Might not be able to take two. And the third strike, you're out, right? That's how it works. Hits really hard, once, maybe twice.
Okay.
Bottom of B? Check it out. It's Roggenrola on the Rollin' Rocker. Roggenrola on the Rollin' Rocker. Emerging from the shadows of the caves beneath Castelia, you see a familiar form, and a cry escapes your lips. Onyx! Onyx? Garbage. Useless. But it prayed for salvation, and it was granted. Very early in Gen 2 with the Steelix Evo. Onyx, as is, worthless. Onyx with the Metal Coat candy coating. Actually fine. Far more invincible than Gigalith. The issue is that even with the Steelix Evo to escape 45 attack purgatory, you're stuck in 80 attack limbo, which is not great. Unfortunately, there aren't any natural disasters, no natural earthquake, but you do get Dig and Bulldoze, which aren't incredible, but they're probably good enough. You're also a really good user of Gyro Ball because your speed is horrendous, but you can feed your enemy a gyro for actually really good damage. Not incredible by any means, but I think the sentiment is that the sediment settles in C. C looking pretty slithery. Did someone just get 99 woodcutting? Timber! Not only does timber chop down trees, you could definitely call this thing lumberjacked. 140 base attack as Conkeldurr. If you think this thing is bad, you're a clown. Unfortunately, muscle is heavier than fat. That's what I always tell myself to make myself feel better. This thing is really slow. You are always going to be taking hits, but on your counterattack, you are killing them almost guaranteed. And once you reach a certain, somewhat late game move tutor, you don't really have to worry about chip damage anymore, because your vampiric fists are gonna be sucking them dry. Come here, dark types!
It's sucking me dry.
Sucks. By Drain Punch. Late game, move tutor Drain Punch. Really wish it had that earlier. Really wish it was faster. It's super sluggish. But it has the stats to win most scraps. And if you're gonna be a pure type, pure fighting is one of the better ones. And it's registered in the Elemental Punch-Out League for coverage, with enough attack to make a coverage super effective move knock out almost everything. Unfortunately, too much constitution for us to carry it all the way to the top, but it is very solid. Main complaint about Tim Burton is that he always casts Gothitelle in every single one of his movies. Please hire a different actress. Hey, who's this handsome devil? Now you may be wondering, what makes me, Krookodile, qualified to lead this crusade? Well, the answer is simple. It's because I'm better than all of you scrubs. Enemies in Black and White 2 are pretty strong. You might consider using a setup move. I've considered it. I don't need it. I'm walking into the Sacred Realm and seizing the Triforce of Power for myself. Would you like to try and stop me? You can try. Krookodile, the Intimidation Pokemon. Intimidate is one of the options for an ability. Intimidate, one of the best abilities in the game. But your other option is Moxie, the best ability in the game. Straight up, the best. When you knock out an enemy, you gain an attack boost. Every enemy leads with the Scrub Squad. You can just gobble them up, report their leads for feed. Somehow, Renekton is level 40, and the game is over. Go ahead and type concede. Ground Dark, amazing dual stab. 117 attack backed up by Stab Dark and Stab Ground is more than enough to start munching on the weaker members of the opponent's team. And once you get one kill, that's enough. 92 speed, fast enough to almost always go first, with the slight level advantage you will have, even with the EXP rubber banding. Don't accuse me of using Smoke and Mirror to acquire my powers, okay? Level 54, Natural Earthquake.
This might is my divine right. I earned it fair and square. In a moment of anime awakening.
Boss, there's just too many of them.
Well, looks like it's curtains for us, boys. It's been an honor.
Light, grant me one final blessing. Give me the strength to cash in these bonds. Hey, boss, isn't that golden glow a good guy thing? By the holy light. Burn! It's a miracle! The cash bringer.
I am the cash bringer. You fancy yourself my equal? All I see is a +1 attack boost that doesn't know it yet. Krookodile leads the Crusade for a reason. One of the only Pokemon that completely ignores the restrictions the game attempts to slap on you. No! You can't just overlevel and sweep without using a boosting move. Yeah, maybe you can't, but I can. Krookodile. So good, it's criminal. If I had to cite a flaw, it would be that Sandile's kinda suspicious. It's really frail. But once you reach Krokorok, you are clear to coast for the rest of the game. There's only one foe I fear, and that's Sock. Sock is very stealthy when it comes to sorting your laundry, but unfortunately, he shows up in this game even if you don't want to find him. Sock has sturdy, which means that no matter how much moxie you've got, can't knock out Sock, and he hits back real hard. Punches me right in the jaw. Hate that guy. Now that I've seized the Triforce of Power and ascended to the Sacred Realm, I survey all creation before me. And you know what? It's kinda lonely. It's gonna be a little bit awkward. Second Pokemon in the Sacred Realm. It's my ex. Excadrill. For the Crook to seize the power of the gods, it took a little bit of trickery. On raw stats and typing and moves, it's very good. I would probably give myself an S. Excadrill is a lot more honest. There's no moxie trickery here. We just have really, really good stats. 135 attack, 88 speed, and 110 HP with ground steel typing. That's actually deceptively good bulk. You will survive most incidental hits just on the basis of that HP buffer and typing. As for the arsenal, natural disasters are incoming. Level 36, natural earthquake. If you are on the ground, it's over. If, for whatever reason, you know that your enemy can keep their footing against your earthquakes, you can up the Richter scale rating with Natural Swords Dance, also at level 42. Excadrill gets everything it needs handed to it on a steel-type platter. Only downside I can think of, and I'm digging real deep to unearth this criticism, it's that Mold Breaker is a hidden ability. And because you don't break the mold, that means that sturdy Pokemon like Gigalith or Sock, they will survive your attack even after you dance with swords. And because of your steel typing, you are vulnerable to Earthquakes from Gigalith or Fists of Fury from Sock. That's it. Excadrill, the second denizen of the Sacred Realm, and another bearer of the Triforce of Power. While Krookodile is the actor for Ganondorf, Excadrill dubs over the voice. Excadrill's Japanese name? from the sacred realm where gods dwell, to the depths of the abyss, Skitty.
Really adorable, it's so cute.
In terms of stats, there's no Delcatty way to say this. Trash. Renowned for its beauty, not for its combat prowess. Baniri. Pure normal type, so we're already off to a bad start. Very bad stats, so our plight worsens. And if things weren't dire enough, the only saving grace of normal type Pokemon, which would be stab return spam, the Baniri line refuses to cooperate. This thing needs an attitude adjustment. It's super bratty. Unlike most Pokemon who you start out at neutral reputation with, you start out at hated with Baniri. When you catch it, it has 0 friendship, so you can't actually use return. Now you can use frustration, but that's going to get progressively weaker as you build up rapport, and then you've got to switch it over to return. I'm trying to paint this thing in a good light, but having nothing but stab, frustration, and return isn't even good! Baniri does have hops, so we can bound out of the finest to the very bottom of D. I'd like to invite you to take a walk with me in Castelia Park. It's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, you can pet the Baniris. Yeah. You can pet the Baniris? Of Mouseholds and Trainers, that's what the book was called, right? Very sad. Munna! This Pokemon's not actually in the main game. I only included it because in Black and White 1, Munna gets kidnapped by Team Plasma, and once it gets returned to Bianca, she says, "Money! I'm so happy to see you." And I think that's a beautiful sentiment that deserves to be shared with an audience. I agree. Money, I'm so happy to see you. But as for Munna's Black and White 2 rating, Unknown Dungeon, it's not in the game. Cottony, utility grass type, the Pokemon. Fittingly enough for a cotton Pokemon, all of its moves are fluff. Requires a Sunstone to evolve into Whimsicott, who has these stats. It's really fast, so it goes first. And then what? Attempting to stall the enemy out as a pure grass type. It's a bold strategy, Cottony. Let's see how it pays off. Spoilers, it won't. Useless. Doesn't have the secondary fairy type with Stab Moonblast yet. It's much better after that. You can think of it this way. The main thing that Whimsicott does is annoy your opponent. But your opponent is a computer. They don't care. So who actually gets annoyed when you use Whimsicott? The player. You! My clothing, 100% cotton. My team, 0% cottony. Parallel to Cottony, it's Petalil. Needs the same Sunstone that Cottony does in order to evolve into Lilligant. Now, I thought Lily was in Gen 7. Japanese name, Doradia. If you squint hard enough, it's Deirdre! Guys, FE4 confirmed. Pure grass type, which is really bad. How are the stats? Oh, they're actually really good. Wow. 110 special attack, 90 speed, okay. How are the moves? Well, this is really good, right? This is really, really good, Quiver Dance. So you put on a show, and then what? And then what? It's not a horse, but I would describe this as a one-trick pony. It is a fairly effective trick. Lilligant has one strategy. You sleep powder the opponent, you quiver dance, and then you change up your footwork and you pedal dance. That's gonna inflict half damage to almost everything because grass is a horrendous attacking type. But it is a very high base power move, and you have pretty good special attack, and that's gonna be backed up by a quiver dance. If everything about Lilligant was the same, except you swapped grass to dragon, and you made pedal dance outrage, I think it might actually break into the sacred realm. Maybe that's a wish you would make upon the Triforce. In the world we live in, it's not draconic. It's a weed.
Okay.
Hope you hit your sleep powder, because if you don't, you're in trouble. Imagine having to spend a 2-turn tax every single battle. And on one of those turns, there's a 25% chance you fail and do nothing at all. That's not something I'm interested in. Lilligant is pretty good for a grass type. It dances to its own beat with own tempo, which means that it never has to reckon with the downside of pedal dance. You do still get locked in and can't change your move, but it's not like you would change to another move anyway. It's just that you'll never get confused. You could maybe even try and throw out some returns. Its physical attack is okay, and it does get the Gant Lance as a personal weapon. I mean, it's called Lilligant, right? This thing is just a better typing away from truly stealing the show. For now, keep practicing that fancy footwork. Bottom of B. Eeveelutions. Oh, I love the Eeveelutions. Don't you?
What are we? Some kind of Eeveelution team?
I've made an in-depth Eeveelution tier list. And for a lot of the details on the Eeveelution ratings, I'm just gonna have to refer you there. It's 2.5 hours of spirited Eeveelution discussion where we go into extreme detail on each one. Nice thing about the Eeveelutions is that they're very inflexible, so once you've said something about them in one game, it probably also applies to the next game. Vaporeon. One of your few options for hydration in early Unova. Would you pick up Vaporeon before your foray into the desert? Vaporeon's stats are decent. Good special attack, but very slow. How are the moves? Well, it's an Eeveelution. In order to get a Water Stone, you have to grind the battle subway. It's not that bad, it's only 3 BP, so you can get it in, I think, 7 battles, but that is some extra hassle. And you catch Eevee at level 18 to 19, so no level 17 Water Pulse for you. Your earliest water option is going to be the Surf HM, which you get after Clay. So after the gym where you would want to use it. As for late game coverage, you get Surf and... it's an Eeveelution. Tune in to ESPN to catch all the Shadow Ball in action. I've been informed that the music I'm using for the ESPN segments is apparently a football theme. It may shock you to learn this, but I don't actually know anything about sports. I'm playing World of Warcraft, and my stepdad is watching some sort of sports on the television. So I hear that theme, da-da-da-da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da-da, and to me, that just means sports. So I'm saying it goes with Shadow Balling in the NBA. The main niche you would use Vaporeon for would be as an early game water. However, there's a complete drought of water moves until you can get your hands on the Surf HM. But the Surf HM is also what allows you to access the bounty of the C tier. So that essentially nerfs Vaporeon's effective availability to the rest of the C tier Pokemon, which I think overall means that Vaporeon is a C tier Pokemon. It's a water type, You can teach it Surf. It can probably do something useful. Jolteon! Really, really fast. Almost overkill speed. And very good special attack of 110. How are the moves? Well, you get Thunder Fang at level 21. That's a physical attack, that's not good. But you probably wouldn't want to evolve immediately into Jolteon anyway because you're about to go to the desert route, which has a bunch of ground types that you can't even hit. Once you get to Nimbasa City, you can actually pick up the Thunderstone there. And then, once you beat Elisa, you get Volt Switch, which you can make decent use of. Until you get Discharge at 37. And then once you get to Victory Road, you get Thunderbolt. Do you have any moves that aren't electric? Nope. Tune into ESPN for more Shadow Ball coverage. Really good stats? Pure Electric is a pretty good mono-attacking type. There's tons of flyers and fish to fry. But these moves are not enough. If you had an early natural Thunderbolt, I'd be really excited about this thing, but you're Thunder Fanging and Volt Switching and Discharging.
Okay.
Low B? Once it gets electric moves, it's pretty good. But it also only has electric moves. Well, that's enough about Jolteon. If there's one thing it's good at, it's Volt Switching. So let's Volt Switch to the next topic. Boosta! It's the same old song in Dragon Dance every time, right? Oh man, Dragon Dance would be nice. 130 attack, wow, that's really good. 95 special attack, that's really not that bad. 110 special defense.
Your magic shall not save you.
How are the moves, he asked, languidly, as if he didn't already know. Level 21 Fire Fang. I can't believe I'm saying this. This is the best we've seen so far. Like, 130 base attack, stab Fire Fang at level 21, with a Firestone that's in the desert. Like, that's really not that bad. What other moves do you get? Nothing. And he actually was not signed onto an ESPN team. Compared to Jolteon, better moves at the start. You've got Stab Fire Fang, and you've got Return off of 130 base attack. Unfortunately, it never gets any better than that. No Flare Blitz, and no Flame Charge. Flame Charge would have been perfect for Booster to allow it to boost its very lackluster speed. You will probably eventually switch to using Fire Blast off of your 95 special attack, which is not that bad at all. It's actually kind of okay. I will reiterate from the Eeveelution tier list, I think that Flareon is overhated and underrated. Not that I think it's that good.
Okay.
Why did I even bother taking the time to explain all these tierings? The Eeveelutions just ended up right next to each other anyway, like they were before we tiered them. I've debased myself on behalf of the Eeveelutions for the last time. If based is a good thing, then being debased must be a bad thing. Eeveelutions, I am stripping you of your ranks. Dishonorable Discharge, learned at level 37. C tier. Feels good to speak ill of these vermin. Puts a smile on my face. What kind of smile? A dangerous one. Any Avowed fans here excited for the upcoming Outer Worlds 2? What a lovable cast of characters. It's Espeon, Effie, Dollar Store Alakazam. Same mediocre mono-psychic typing, fewer stats per serving. But even discount Alakazam actually does have pretty incredible stats. 130 special attack, 110 speed. Excellent. How are the moves? Well, I'm not a psychic type. I didn't see that coming. level 21 Psybeam, and then level 37 Psychic. That's pretty good. So you gotta make sure to rub your Eevee vigorously and make friends with it before level 21, because you need that Psybeam. Aside from Psychic moves, what else do you get? Grass Knot. And be sure to tune in to ESPN for all the latest Shadow Ball coverage. Espeon, really amazing stats. I would say that its fatal flaw that keeps it out of the truly upper echelons is that it cannot pierce the darkness. Once you get to the end game where you face monsters like me that don't care about your stupid tarot readings and are immune to your psychic shenanigans, you can't do anything. And there's a ton of baddies in the end game who are definitely not Eeveelution fans and will just ignore whatever Espeon can do. You can send a distress signal beam to try and call for help, but a lot of these devious dark types are also dual typed. Do you really think that a 70 base power non-stab signal beam is gonna bother B-Sharp? You think it's gonna stymie Scrafty? Do you think it's gonna dunk on Drapion? No. Espeon is hopeless against them. You do have teammates, so having unwinnable fights isn't the end of the world, but the Dark-type dilemma is going to pop up very frequently as you approach the end of the game. Best Eeveelution by far. But that only caps out at... I'm gonna say low A. A for Alakazam. Is that who we've been talking about? I need my glasses. Ah, it's close enough. Buraki, the Umbreon. Strictly defensive Pokemon, so already we are at a massive disadvantage. But it gets even grimmer for Umbreon. You do not want to be a defensive dark type in a game where everyone is trying to up their puppy pummeler MMR. I'm making the executive decision now. Run for it. Come on, Umbreon, make yourself useful. Buy us some time.
We're finished. No escape for any of us.
Dank noob!
At least I picked Torchic.
Tank Noob. Where will you find Buraki? In the darkest of dungeons. The depths of Unova's finest. This thing is useless. I'd kick him from the group, but I don't want to hurt him too bad. He is weak to fighting. There's Dragon-type outrage over Umbreon's low placement, as there always is when you speak candidly about how mediocre to bad the Eeveelutions are. The active ingredient of this strain of copium is Foul Play. Foul Play is a very strong move. It's a 95 base power Dark-type move that uses your opponent's attack stat instead of your own. This is almost always an upgrade for Umbreon because Umbreon's own attack stat is very poor. What are you actually using Foul Play against? If you're using it against one of the Psychic-type nerds, they work out at the library. They don't have any muscles that can be turned against them. It's not gonna do that much damage. The Pokemon that have really good attack stats to be reversed are the fighting types. Don't cry foul when they punch you in the face and one-hit KO you. They're just playing by the rules of the game. The strong survive and the weak cower in the lower tiers. Darmanitan. For this review, let's keep it simple and return to Monkey. Looking for an intellectual human review? Monkey See, Monkey Smash. Press your physical fire move, win the game. Only thing that bars Darmanitan from the Sacred Realm is it's not dexterous enough to actually wield the Triforce of Power. I'm saying that Darumaka is kind of annoying. Darumaka is a victim of hustle culture, so you'll miss part of the time and you can't really do anything. No dual type is normally a downside, but when you kill everything anyway with your one stab type, dual type is not too much of a downside. You might say that Darmanitan has fake bulk the way that Embor does, but don't be deceived, this has fake bulk. Embor's fake bulk is an issue because Embor is super tubby, and it gets smacked and dies. Darmanitan is fast enough to do the smacking, and it's the enemy that does the dying. You will never get hit. This 105 HP is just a buffer for Flare Blitz recoil. Level 35 from Darumaka. Unfortunately, you are a prisoner of hustle culture. All the way up to level 35. Stop listening to those YouTube gurus. You don't need the hustle. Oh. Missing is really annoying, really bad. But once you go full Monkey Mania mode, hustle changes to Sheer Force. Sheer Force removes secondary effects from your moves. An example of a secondary effect would be a burn chance on your Fire Punch. So your Fire Punch no longer has a 15% chance to inflict the enemy with burn. In exchange, it inflicts the enemy with dead. So I would say that's overall an upgrade. We can mention Zen Mode, Darmanitan, which is the hidden ability, but it is obtainable. Zen Mode does nothing until you drop below half HP, at which point you enter Zen Mode, tame the rage within you, and you swap into this weird defensive form that is now a special attacker. Couple issues with this. You gain a secondary psychic type, which is normally good, but it's probably bad in this game because now you will be preyed upon by the darkness. Are you going to be running both physical fire moves for your normal form and then special moves, including a psychic one for when you swap forms? And then you can't really control the transformation? It also depends on surviving a hit when your defenses suck and you probably die anyway? All of this makes my head hurt. Just monkey see, monkey smash. Question that has been asked frequently by the chatters. Why isn't Darmanitan in the Sacred Realm? Well, in my opinion, hey, get your hands off the Triforce, you damn dirty ape!
If you want something done right, leave it to a human.
So, myself and Excadrill are up here, because we're rule breakers, okay? Krookodile gets free boosts by eating noobs on the enemy team, and then you sweep everything else. Excadrill has really good starting attack, and it can dance with some swords to kill everything if it has to. Darmanitan can't boost at all. Now, it is stronger than these two baseline, but there are some things it can't just Flare Blitz through. Any of the various rock-type sturdies, they will actually beat you because you can't knock them out, and they will knock you out. Even if you had a boosting move, you probably can't use it because your defenses are absolutely atrocious. Your defense is that the enemy is dead. If they're not dead, you're about to take a ton of damage, and probably die. Darmanitan is also very bad at dragon slaying. Some of the strongest trainers in the game, the dragon-type gym leader, and eventually the champion, they specialize in dragons, and you don't really have good ways to hit them. Whereas both of the others in the Sacred Realm have their stab earthquakes they can use. Whereas Darmanitan's super strong, normally overkill fire moves aren't quite strong enough to pierce their hides. It's still one of the best Pokemon in the game. Darmanitan's also pretty bad in the water routes that are late game. Not because he's weak to water, but because his fire moves don't work on them. As a concession to the Monkey Maniacs, we'll go ahead and promote Darmanitan to a very important position. The Guardian of the entrance to the Sacred Realm. Now, Darmanitan, stand vigil. Anything comes near, you kill it. You're good at that. Darmanitan, the ultimate gatekeeper. Did you know that Unova is based on the US of A? Patriots rise up. It's Braviary. And I really do mean Braviary. You'll notice that I usually use the base form of each evolution line. And I do this because I want to emphasize that, for the most part, you start with unevolved Pokemon and you have to actually evolve them up. So even if final forms are really good, the Pokemon family overall might not be that good. However, in Black and White 2, for whatever reason, there is a special overworld Braviary just chilling in the desert. It is significantly ahead of the curve when it comes to actually being in its patriotic Braviary form. Normally, Rufflet is like a level 52, 53 evolution. For some reason, this Braviary is so passionate about the red, white, and blue that it ascended to its evolved form after only putting in half the grind. It's level 25, yet somehow evolved. It is White 2 exclusive, and you can find it on the desert route in between Castelia City and Nimbasa City. Although Braviary is a symbol of our great nation, you'll never find this on the team of President Garfield, because it's only available on Mondays. And Garfield hates Mondays. Earlier we described Unfazant as Great Value Staraptor, and I guess we can describe Braviary as Greater Value Staraptor. The stats are almost the same as Staraptor, just slightly worse. The move pool, however, is a lot worse. America is a global superpower, so you learn superpower at level 51, which you're very far away from, and eventually you do find your bravery as a bird, but that is at level 63, so essentially outside the scope of an in-game tier list. I hope you like Return and Aerial Ace, because that is all you're getting. And despite the fact that I pay $65 a month for Adobe, and I get non-stop pop-ups for Adobe Acrobat, Braviary is not opening PDFs in Acrobat by default. It doesn't learn acrobatics. I think we've mostly said negative things about this, but I think it's pretty good. 123 base attack, stab return. Pretty early in the game. I would recommend that you use that. Since this Braviary is a special Pokemon, it does get special privileges. Instead of the normal Sheer Force ability, it actually has Defiant. Normally I'd say that Sheer Force is better. You could do things like boost your Rock Slide damage, because you really don't care about the flinch chance. But in-game, you're gonna get intimidated a fair amount, and when you can defy their attempts to spook you, I'd say that's probably overall better. Final word on the bird? USA! Tier. The parallel to Braviary. It's J-Man-de-Buzz TV? I think that's a Poketuber, right? Like Braviary, this Mandibuzz is extremely underleveled for its evolutionary stage. You find it in the same place, just in Black 2 instead of White 2. And this thing's work week actually starts on Thursday, not Mondays. They're on a very unorthodox, new age schedule. It's a flying dark type with a very traditional fashion sense, dating back to the Paleolithic era. And on the note of its dark typing and fashion sense, I would describe this thing as bad to the bone. These stats are horrible. Great bulk, unacceptable offenses. I care about offenses. I don't care about defenses. Because you get the evolution so ahead of the curve and you can win early hit trades, I think we can build our nest in D, but you're really hoping for more out of your super special version exclusive timing-based overworld encounter, right? That's a lot of stipulations for a not very exciting reward. And despite being a flying armored unit, that armor is actually weak. It has the weak armor hidden ability, which is almost all downside. When you take a physical hit, your defense drops, but your speed increases. But your speed was already fine at 80. That's okay if you have a level advantage. And you actually do need your defense since there is no way you are hitting anything in one hit. So you'd think that as we shed our armor, we would become more aerodynamic and fly higher, but aviation is rarely so simple. I think that actually makes it worse. Frankly, I don't see what all the mandibuzz is about. If you use this thing, you're boned. Greeting us as we begin our descent into the desert, everyone loves those maps. It's Sandshrew. How early does this thing learn Earthquake? Level 46 as a Sand Slash. So eventually, but not early enough. Excadrill, but worse in every conceivable way. Slower, worse attack, no amazing dual type. I don't know why you would ever use this over Excadrill. Can you dig it? Well, dig shut down, and Reddit is still rolling. So Reddit is better, right? But we know how awful Reddit is. Dig dug into C tier. Ground typing's pretty good, that's the nicest thing I can say. Sandshrew, more like Sandshoe. Dwebble. Any Minecraft fans here? Leave a comment if you love Dwebble Cop and his zany Minecraft content. May shock you to know this, I don't watch Minecraft videos, but I think Dwebble Cop has become an AI grifter? That term kinda gets overused, but I really do mean he's become obsessed with automating his channel with an AI clone of himself to generate infinite amounts of automated AI Minecraft slop. Sounds like an absolute nightmare. I will say that the laziness is commendable, and if his audience of infants can't tell the difference, then why not do it? As for Dwebble the Pokemon, first we shell, then we smash. We shall smash at level 43. Very mediocre bug rock typing. You get clobbered every single battle until Shell Smash, and even once you get Shell Smash, you get clobbered the first turn of every battle because you have to Shell Smash in order to actually sweep. You can win battles, but setup is mandatory, which really weighs Dwebble down. It does not have the con to carry that shell, let alone the rest of its team. Overall rating for Dwebble? Not exactly in the upper crustle. Since we've already captured the Dwebble Cop audience, may as well continue in the same vein. Like an ore vein. I know about Minecraft. First we mine, then we scraft. Scrafty? Scrafty line. Scrafty at the Unova bank booth. Put the polka dollars in the bag. Put it in. Every guy needs his goons. And aside from me, this is the only other man with the moxie. Anybody got a reason not to put this guy at the tippy top? Yeah, that's a reason maybe why not. 58 speed is horrendous, and there is absolutely no way to patch that. Level 31 high jump kick is insanity. This is also the generation where they buffed it to 130 base power. So even though your initial attack stat is kind of mediocre, you flying knee them in the face for your first kill, and then Moxie takes the wheel from there. Your coverage options aren't great, but fairy types are still a myth, so fighting dark is actually really incredible coverage, because if they're too spectral to kick, you can just bite them. Scrafty kept going, and crashed. Into the top of A tier. It's just too slow. But in terms of power, no problems there. Maybe its speed stat would be better if it just pulled its damn pants up instead of waddling around like a hooligan. Maybe we should implement a dress code into our Crusade. No Crusader of mine is gonna walk around looking like that. I say, even though I'm wearing this disgusting sequin vest.
You face Maractus, Botanical Lord of the Burning Region!
106 special attack, and that's the nicest thing I can say about it. Level 26 Giga Drain. This thing sucks.
Inferno!
Alright, that's it for Cacnea, or what? This thing, Maractus is horrible. Something I won't understand. I guess I should say this now. So, in the interim between part 1 and part 2, there were some proxy wars waged in the Discord where people were actually saying some very, very unkind things to each other. I think they were being very rude. I don't really appreciate the way that some people were speaking to each other. I understand that people watching these extremely long deep dives into ancient children's games may shock some of you guys to learn this if you're not ground types. These people don't exactly have the best social skills. So, people were getting into some very, very ugly arguments, and oftentimes, people were trying to support their arguments by citing my placements in tier lists for other games. I don't know why you would talk about my tierings in other games. Pokemon are tiered for the games that they're in, so the fact that Snivy has a better placement in Black and White 1 has no relation to its placement in Black and White 2, because Black and White 1 is not Black and White 2! How does it feel to have made it as a content creator now that people are using you as a source for their opinions? It feels very strange. It's extremely weird to be talked about in third person, and to have people say like, well, Cheese thinks this. No, I don't. Are you a psychic type? I don't think that. We don't have any prophets in our community, okay? Don't presume to be able to speak for me. I'll say it myself. Or maybe I won't say it, because you might get cancelled online for it. Sigilith. Anyone that can decipher these mysterious sigils and runes? Well, these Arabic numerals are pretty easy to understand. This is good. This is good too. You don't even have to evolve this. Decent early and late move pool as well. Sigilif's abilities certainly work in mysterious ways, because I bet some of you are wondering how this skin works. Wonderskin turns all status moves against you into a coin flip. It lowers their accuracy to 50% at best. This probably doesn't matter that much because you never want to give opponents the chance to attack you anyway. And Magic Guard is your alternate ability, so you'd probably want to go with that anyway. Although whether you're wondrous or magical doesn't really matter that much, since the best way to negate incoming effects is to just kill your opponent. Really dislike the design. I don't really know what I'm looking at. It's kind of just a jumbled mess, and that's with the knowledge of Sigilif being based on the NASDAQ lines, which I believe are what the Incas used to track their stock market. The NASDAQ indicator, right? And looking at the NASDAQ, I like what I see. Great stats, good enough moves, okay-ish dual typing. I'd say Sigilif is worth one of your major glyph spots. Trapinch. It's an antlion, and how fitting, because trying to make this thing work is definitely a pitfall. Obligatory reminder that Vibrava's stats super suck. They are comparable or worse than first form starters. And the payoff of Vibrava is okay, but it ain't exactly Garchomp. Apparently Trapinch gets Natural Earthquake by level up, but neither of its evolutions do. So you would need to leave it larval up until level 55, and there's no way you would do that. Luckily for Trapinch, you do level up pretty quickly in Unova, which does help reach the Flygon power spike earlier than you would in other games. This level up move pool is pretty dire. Does get natural Dragon Claw, but that's at level 55. For some reason, level 45 was just too good in Black and White 1, so they actively nerfed it and delayed it to 55. Definitely a Phase 3 move. Until then, you're stuck in Phase 2, where despite not being a flying type, Flygon uses Levitate to take to the skies and take some deep dragon breaths. Really great ground dragon typing, and Flygon is the fastest dragon available, so you'll get the drop on other Dracos. But it's quite the investment to get there. I wouldn't quite say it's a trap, but I'd only use this in a pinch. We can mention here one of my proudest nicknames. We used this thing in Super Eevee Edition. And because Super Eevee Edition is based on Final Fantasy, we named a lot of our party members after Final Fantasy developers, and our Trapinch was able to equip tons of expert belts. We named it after Tetsuya Nomura, although in our case, because it was the Trapinch line, we named it Tetsuya Nomega. Nobody cared who I was until I put on your mask. And I actually didn't care after I put on your mask either, because yikes. Does it get better when it evolves? Well, the numbers went up. 95 special attack really isn't that bad, although it does fail the Go-Go gradients. Do we at least get good moves? Nope. Be sure to catch Shadow Ball coverage on ESPN. At least we get Stab. In order to appear on ESPN, an all-ages family-friendly network, Koffing actually has to play under a pseudonym. In Gen 5, you can't actually trade Koffing without nicknaming it, because it gets caught in the profanity filter. I'm not gonna go into detail on why, because I don't want to get demonetized, but part of spelling Koffing name involves a rude word. Slow, defensive ghost type in a game swarming with bad dudes who are just itching to raid your tomb. Bury this thing in the depths of the finest and never unearth it, lest you be cursed and lose 25% of your health a turn. You belong in a museum. Exhibited right next to Concord. Solasis evolves into Reuniclus. That's a lot of special attack. Not a lot of speed. And these actually aren't even Reuniclus's stats. These are Duosion. When you evolve into Reuniclus, your offenses don't actually improve. The extra cytoplasm just serves to cushion incoming punishment. Punishment still being super effective against you. Not a lot of moves either. I hope you like psychic attacks. Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell, but is this the powerhouse of your team? Let me solo sis him.
Okay.
Might need to tag in some teammates. Really great special attack, does pretty well against the jocks, but the bad dudes are gonna bully you pretty hard. Focus Miss deals with bad dudes like 85% of the time. What's your speed stat? The bad dudes already committed their crimes against you. You're just gonna die. Reuniclus? Not bad, but I wouldn't exactly call this thing perfect cell. Reuniclus has a lot of tricks that only get to shine in competitive formats. That's where you can take full advantage of its amazing magic art ability because you can slap a life orb on it. Mitosis is an essential part of life, and it is an orb. You regenerate every time you switch out, which really helps your longevity, and it might actually be worth making the room tricky and attempting to sweep. But none of that applies to the in-game context we're talking about. But competitive is an entirely different organism. Oftentimes when you try to use Reuniclus in-game, you're gonna end up yelling dead cell as the bad dudes pummel you. And as a psychic type nerd, you just have to take it. What's up guys, and welcome to my quick and easy guide to the Goitha the Harvester encounter within the Black Tower raid in the endgame of Pokemon Black 2. The arena for the Goitha the Harvester encounter is divided into two sides. There is the live side, administered by Xerneas, and the dead side, administered by Yveltal. Once a Pokemon on the live side faints, it will become a ghost type and transfer over to the dead side. You're going to want to split your Pokemon team with all of your special attackers on the live side, and you want to put the physical attackers on the dead side. You want to be careful not to faint Pokemon too quickly, otherwise... I think I'm talking about the wrong game. Goitha line in Pokemon. Remember everything I said about Reuniclus? Forget all the nice things I said. People are always thirsty for Goths. 95 special attack. Fails the Go-Go gradient. But hey, at least it's got more special defense.
Your magic shall not save you.
People love the bad girl goth aesthetic, and yeah. It's pretty bad. Come on, guys. We just wiped Goithatel. Goithatel. Get it together. Do it right. Don't play like you're just going through the motions. You'll get your loot eventually. God damn it! Emolga, the Unovan rep of the Pika clones. This time, foregoing the balloons and instead strapping on a wingsuit to take to the skies. Supported by a pretty good level up move pool. Very early Spark, Shockwave, and most importantly, Acrobatics with Stab. Very nice. And the stats? Not so nice. The best of the Pika clones so far? And although Emolga's ability is static, I don't think I would invite this thing to my static. I think Final Fantasy XIV players call their raid groups statics, because it's the same people that show up. How high does this squirrel fly? I'd rather use this than Jolteon. And keep in mind, this is Emolga, so Emolra and Emol are even worse. The Elemental Monkey Trio. I'll try and spare you guys because I know nobody likes these, so we'll try and make this quick. They're all meant as great value options to fill out your team with their respective typings, and they're all about as good as their type. Pan Sage. Quite the title. I'd call him Pan Mage, but I don't even think he's that good. More like Pan Pupil. Oh. Oh. The stats are fine. Level 22 Seed Bomb is the highlight of the Pan Sage experience. Monkey See, Monkey Do. More like Monkey Doo-Doo. Oh. Probably better than Maractus, because the TMs are okay, and like the speed and stats are fine, but pure grass typing is unacceptable. Sima pour one out for the elemental monkeys. Level 22 Scald. Better than Seed Bomb. Monkey See. Monkey See. Panseer. Apparently this is the least popular Pokemon in Japan out of all of them, and there's over 1,000. I don't think it's that bad. Deals some burst damage at level 22. I'd say this thing is unfairly panned. Better than Booster. What a compliment. Although Pokemon is a baby game, in the adult game Sekiro, the Wise Monkeys are actually a boss battle. And just like in Pokemon, I would say that these monkeys are the most hated part of the game. Nobody likes this encounter, but hey, if you don't like the monkeys, you can horribly mangle them. Sekiro's a pretty good game.
Vamos! Bien hecho. Seguido. Adiós.
I'd say every Roselia has its thorns, but the thorns ability is actually on a different grass type in Unova. One of our tier list traditions, you could say we're on an endless crusade, is we constantly have to mow the lawn. We have probably collectively spent at least a dozen hours repeatedly explaining why grass is horrendous for your in-game playthroughs. Despite my calm, collected, and measured explanations, I am constantly accused of unfair bias against the grass type, despite the fact that I regularly pollinate my team when appropriate.
Okay.
I think this thing's pretty good. Why? Rosraid. Cause it's got really good stats. Really good. Too bad it's a grass poison type. This thing's only real attacks are Sludge Bomb and the Giga Suck. So you're all invited to Vampire, the Roserade, B tier. Now I don't keep up with pop horticulture, so I don't actually know anything about the Pokemon TCG, which is really hot right now, but apparently Beldum is really powerful in the Pokemon TCG. If you'd like to learn about why exactly this is the case, check out this in-depth analysis by Alyo. Alyo has done a lot of really cool art for the channel. They made the Eeveelution tier list thumbnail, as well as quite a few of the other thumbnails, and they themselves make Pokemon TCG videos, so consider subscribing. I'd consider them a friend of the channel, or perhaps more fittingly, a bud. Badoo. Next. Vespiquen. Combee. What do you want me to say? How about a story in 2 messages? From the same user. Jet J Black says, is Vespiquen really that bad? I would put them in D. I then showed them Vespiquen stats. Slow, defensive, bug flying type. And they changed their Cricketune. Combee, huge synergy with sunflowers. Apparently you can skip the Combee hunt and just grab a Vespiquen in the rustling grass. Issue with that is Vespiquen sucks too. No, not the Combees, not the Combees! All over my eyes! My compound eyes! Ah! 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 Oh. I've got a mask. I'm actually fine. Heracross! The image we used here is maybe a bit of a spoiler. Wouldn't want to Heracross this guy. Incredible stats? Fairly early in the game. No investment required. Awesome. Level 25 Brick Break. Level 34 Close Combat. And at level 46, it's the mega horniest Pokemon in the game. This is for the most part a jock with antenna. The bug typing is the far less important one, but there are a fair amount of nerds at the endgame. Apparently, there is a 0.25% chance in Black 2, and a 0.75% chance in White 2, to get one with Moxie from a hidden grotto. If you've got lottery luck, and I don't say this lightly, I think he's even better than me. But in order to access the Sacred Realm, you've gotta sneak past the Gatekeeper Darmanitan. A 500 Norwegian kroner bribe was paid to the Gatekeeper. I'm not gonna allow corruption in my crusade, okay? So I'm gonna go ahead and do the righteous thing and confiscate that bribe, okay? Gates kept.
Corruption is not bad. Corruption is only bad if I'm not involved.
Yes.
But if I'm part of that corruption, I'll defend it.
So virtuous. But we will mention, that funding, and a lot more from Ivikson, was used to equip our Holy Crusader Heracross that we used in our playthrough. Ours had major Nerubian Holy Blood, which allowed it to equip a Super Silver Lance, also known as cheating to access No Guard Horn Drill. Now there's nothing more Unovan than drilling first and asking questions never. But unfortunately, there are regulations in place that stifle industry and innovation. We were shackled by the durability of our horn drill. No Hamern staff, but we only got 5 auto-hit, auto-kill horn drills the entire game. The greatest testament to the power of Heracross is the fact that we didn't even need our Super Silver Lance, because Heracross's normal moves insta-kill every opponent anyway. I did actually learn something new courtesy of our Super Silver Lance. I thought that one-hit KO moves were their own special class of move that just killed the opponent if they connected. But no, apparently they deal damage equal to the opponent's remaining HP. Now, of course, taking damage equal to your remaining HP means that you die, unless you're using hacks. Rev up that horn drill.
After all these years, a reason to use my last one.
So the question is, how are we gonna stop that thing?
I told you all hoarding is a pitfall 6 years ago.
So for the first time ever, I had to drill a hole in it, which was surprisingly difficult. This was some really tough 80s wood.
That's it! We do need to drill here and drill now. Now you can chant the drill, baby, drill.
Oh, they're faster. Okay, it's fine, they just wasted their turn. Time to drill. Here we go! Drilled. What? Okay, I didn't know that Focus Sash can actually save you from instant kill.
Research complete.
Please heal. It'll make for a good video, okay? Please stick to the script. Perfect. Drilled. There we go. With hindsight, we can call that a tactical error. Shouldn't have used spears against axes because with the weapon triangle, it meant I dealt 1 less damage. Pinsir. Remember how we said Heracross was a jock with antenna? Well, Pinsir certainly has the stats of a jock, just not the actual jock tag of fighting type. This move pool is so cruel. This thing learns more fighting moves than Heracross. And they all do 50% less damage. Pinsir, former correspondent on Vice Grip, now trying to make a living with social media posts on Pinterest and frequent doom scroller on X Scissor. It's been years, it's not working. At this point, maybe Vital throw in the towel. This thing's got 2 horns, but neither of them are mega. Maybe wait 1 more generation for that. 125 base attack, there's only so bad that can be.
Okay.
B is right. Hang in there, buddy. Buffs are coming soon. For now, put a pin in it. Ducklet, whoa, Ducklet. Oh no, it's a water flying type. With these stats, not a single one in the triple digits. Best thing Ducklet can aspire to is H Employee of the Month. And eventually you can TM it some ice moves, so maybe you can turn that Swanna into a Swanson frozen dinner. I don't know. Isn't Tucker Carlson's wife like the Swanson frozen dinner heiress? I think. Zorua. It's actually a very specific Zorua that you are given as part of a story event in Driftvale City? Driftvale City is actually where I hosted a grand tournament to test the mettle of my up-and-coming Crusaders, and I remember Zorua as one of the entries.
Good job, lads! Driftvale City is ours! And now for the fun part. Show me the loot!
Finally! That's a huge upgrade for me! I've been using this iron sword forever! Mind if I nab the...
Nobody minds if I nab this for my Dodge Tank off-spec, right? Oh, Father Crook, forgive me for this pun, but I think I'm looking sharp. Let's take this blade out for a spell. Wielder not worthy? What the hell does that mean? Do they not know how much I'm worth? What am I supposed to do with this piece of crap now? A call to arms for all Crook's Crusaders. You're invited to participate in the Pokemon World Tournament. Put life and limb on the line for the chance to win fame, glory, and this one-of-a-kind magical sword. There can be only one winner, and it could be you. Don't delay. Sign up to fight today.
Welcome to the arena! Please state your name in class.
Who am I? None of your business.
Very funny, sir, but I really do need your info.
Stop asking questions.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll just put you down as Mysterious Challenger. And you look pretty edgy, so I guess you're a sword master? Is that right? Sir? Alright, well, good luck in there, don't get yourself killed.
I mean, with a prize like that on offer, who wouldn't rush to register? With stats like these, I could definitely see Zoruark as the #1 seed, even though it's a dark type and not a grass type. Ooh. That viability might be an illusion, though. Reality is looking like Night Slash as your primary stab off of your far worse attacking stat, although 105 isn't bad. Any good TMs? Not really, no. Flamethrower is probably the best, but that's basically the end of the game. You can Shadow Ball on ESPN, but that's just a rerun. Dark and Ghost have almost the exact same coverage. Oh, these tutor moves are terrible. What? You can tutor it Dark Pulse in Lentimus Town, but it's quite the journey to get there, and you have to farm shards. All for a move that you really should just learn naturally. Zoruark is a dark type, so he doesn't play by the rules. The event Zoruark you get does have very good IVs, and it also counts as a mercenary from a foreign faction, so that means it actually gets trade XP bonus, which is huge. Enemy trainers also always fail their perception checks. They're morons, so they will never see past your illusion. This allows you to do some pretty cheesy stuff with the right setups, since you 100% trick your enemies. You can't fool me, though. When I put on my power peepers, I see you for what you really are. The champion of the grand tournament. Hey, you won fair and square. Be sure to pick up your prize.
Congratulations to this mysterious challenger for conquering the Pokemon World Tournament. This legendary magical sword is all yours, but first, anything you want to share with the crowd?
Who am I? None of your business.
All right, well, congratulations. Here you go.
Oh, it looks great on you. Well, congratulations. You're gonna love the proc effect or the weapon speed or the stat bonuses or whatever the thing has. Anyway, good luck! You know, I think that guy might have been hiding something. He was pretty suspicious. Strong, though. Delving into the relic passage, you might uncover a ball toy. This is one toy I don't want to play with. Ball toy stats are putrid. This is unacceptable. Suffer through this until level 36. And what do you get? You get this. 70, 70, 75 offense. When do we get Earthquake? We don't. Dreidel, dreidel, dreidel. I made it out of clay doll. That's like a Jewish thing, right? So I guess that's why you're not an Earthquaker. That's a Christian thing. Your best attacking option, eventually, you can make enemies.
Feel the strength of the earth.
But myself, I'm not feeling it. D. Ulgamoth, the fire moth. If you're wondering why I never call this thing by its English name, I can't, because its English name contains a certain virus that was circulating about 5 years ago, and if you mention it, YouTube will flag your video as an unofficial source of misinformation about the outbreak. So I have to call this thing Ulgamoth. Now, we do want to make sure that this video isn't flagged as misinformation about Pokemon, so let's take a look at Ulgamoth. Larvesta was given the dishonor of the worst Pokemon in Black and White 1. You got it extremely late game, not even at level 1. It was level 0 because it was an egg. So you had to hatch it before you could even begin to train it, and you had no hope of actually metamorphosizing into Ulgamoth within any reasonable time frame. You did get a big payoff for your investments. I would indeed describe this Evo line as an est. It's literally in the name. But you'll notice I used an image of Ulgamoth and not Larvesta. And that's because this game actually gives you the evolved form, Ulgamoth. It awaits you at the terminus of the relic passage. Level 35? Also with a 35 in its stats. A 135, wow! Incredible stats! And you get these incredible numbers way ahead of the curve. You get this thing right after Gym 4, and you could skitter all over the Elite Four with stats like this. Ulgamoth, easy. Third member of the Sacred Realm. Tagged for misinformation? Automatically, right? You can't trust these automated systems. There's no way I made a mistake. I will manually prove the validity of my placement here. Let's take a look at the moves. Oh no. Anyone got some ivermectin? I think I want to deworm my team. If you check Ulgamoth's resume, you'll see lead developer of Project Ember. Now, there is no salvation to be had here, but for a salve that could maybe ease the itching a bit. Earliest possible move tutor, Signal Beam. You can learn this from the Drift Veil move tutor, which you can access immediately. Costs 4 red shards, but thankfully, you don't actually have to grind for these because you are given 10 red shards for free from, I think, an NPC in a Pokemon Center. So you are able to access Signal Beam. I'm picking up the signal right now, and it's an SOS. It's a distress call. Please send usable moves immediately. Over. Eventually, you can access the Fire Blast TM, and once you do, your enemies are cooked. But that is still several gyms away. I can't believe I ever allowed this thing to defile the Sacred Realm. Amazing stats, 1 good typing, unacceptable moves for a significant portion of the game. When you hear that you get an Olgamoth super early and underleveled, that sounds really amazing, but it's definitely a Mankey's Paw bargain. It would almost be better if you got this thing later at a higher level. Because remember, this thing is in the slow EXP group, so it has gotta suck oodles of XP in order to keep up with the rest of your party. So in a way, the better availability is almost a downside. In the end though, your investment does pay off. It does have incredibly good stats in a game where stats do matter, and it has pretty good matchups into the Elite Four. If you couldn't SOS Signal Beam for help, I think this would be a C, but it does have huge numbers, so even though half the signal gets cut off because it's a bug-type move, it still does a lot of damage. Did you know the forbidden part of Olgamoth's English name means crown? Time for the coronation ceremony.
Okay.
Place the crown upon its head. Sorry, it's the only one we could afford. Carablast and Shelmet. Any invites going out for Karazhan? It's a good dungeon. Very unique evolution method. Carablast evolves into Escavalier and Shelmet evolves into Accelgor after you trade them with each other. So even more obnoxious than a normal trade evolution. Fantastic. Both of these are absolute ass if you can't actually get the trade Evo. We're gonna be generous and assume that with Nintendo PC technology, you can. Once you set up a shell company for Carablast, and equip your armor as Escavalier. How good is it? Well, Cavaliers are a good class, but they're noted for their mobility, which this Escavalier certainly does not have. But it does have strong weapons and pretty decent armor. When do you learn Megahorn? Never. You can learn what all the bug buzz is about starting as early as level 28. Be sure to follow Escavalier on X. Scissor. I wish I was using Scissor. Really wishes the armory was packing a Megahorn. Without that, and with the really mediocre stab options and horrendous speed, we are weighed down to the D tier. It's called Escavalier. It's a lot more like an Armor Knight. In stark contrast to Escavalier's 20 speed, Accelgor, I can't spell anything, has 145 speed! Wow! And 100 special attack really isn't that bad. So here's the acceleration, and here's the gore. That's Accelgor of my comfort character. It's really fast. So it goes first. And then what? United in the Pokedex, united in the tiering. They must be using the pair-up mechanic. Deerling. Now you might hear normal grass type and be thinking, oh dear, these stats are extremely unimpressive, but I wouldn't say I'm repulsed either. They're okay. And the secret spice for this venison is level up jump kick. Now, you're not competing in the high jump, but 100 base power, even without stab, that's pretty good. You can actually get a special gift Sawsbuck that is serene graced with its hidden ability, but it doesn't actually have anything that benefits from the increased secondary chance. Nothing relevant anyway. So you might actually be better off with Sap Sipper, even though all it does is negate an extremely mediocre type that you already resist. But I do believe that most raids mandate you bring Sapper charges, so you should probably get this, right? Sawsbuck does have seasonal forms, but these are purely cosmetic skins. And hey, back in the day when this game released, they actually sold all of the skins and cosmetics with the game. No extra charge. No matter the time of year, it's open season on Deerling. How far does our not very high jump kick take us? I'd say, okay, the Sawsbuck stops here. Hey, is that a Pokeball? Oh, whoops. Actually, it's an imposter. I think there's a fungus among us. Hilarious reference, guys. Fungus and Amoongus. I spelled this wrong? What? Are there two S's? Amoongus has an infamous and well-deserved reputation in VGC for infuriating you with Rage Powder, forcing you to attack it as it puts you to sleep with scintillating gameplay, and it never dies because, much like a real fungal infection, it regenerates endlessly. I can't believe there are two separate game metas that have been completely ruined by fungal growth. Everything good about Amoongus does not apply to the context we're talking about. Super slow, mediocre offenses, horrendous offensive typing, and the best part about any mycelium Pokemon, the spore access. For you, in-game, inaccessible. The only thing this thing could possibly do is tank for your team. And yeah, this thing definitely tanks. Tank noob. Apply ointment immediately. There's been a fungal outbreak in our finest garden plot. Cast form, well, let's consult the weather app. Today's forecast, cloudy. No chance of viability. What do you want me to say about this thing? Most memorable thing I can say about Cast Form? I think it was featured in that movie Cast Away, under an alias, Wilson. Tom Hanks really liked this thing, for some reason. Like, I don't need to show you guys the stats, right? It's hopeless. No. 4 water types in a row. I wonder what HM we just got. Weasel into Floatzel. Mediocre special attack at 85. Okay attack at 105, and good speed. So do we have any physical water moves? 2 tails. And you can't use either of them until level 46. And Waterfall HM is extremely late, Victory Road. Firmly grasp your flotation device. Top of the sea. Buoyant. Basculin. This video's long enough already. 7 words until the end. It's a water type. Adaptability. C tier. We're done, that's it. Frillish into Jellicent. Looks pretty regal. Did it earn that crown legitimately? Well, Jellicent has the same special attack as Floatzel, which is not good. It's much slower. Does have a secondary type in the form of Ghost, which is good and bad. It means that the jocks can't harass you, but it also means that the bad dudes can really hit you where it hurts. Be sure to check out Stab Shadow Ball coverage on ESPN. And we're even playing an away game featuring the Energy Baller team from the nation of Somalia. It's a water type. C tier. This thing used to collab with the Pringles Corporation as their mascot, but it's since been struck by the Simple Beam. Simple's a good ability, but there's a time and a place. Why do they keep doing this? I don't know how true this is, but it's what I feel in my heart, so I am also going to blame simplified logos on mobile gaming. I think that actually is part of it, right? Because you need all of these logos to show up at tiny sizes on your freaking mobile apps, right? So you can't actually have the mustache be too well groomed. If you need a hideous mustache to put on your logos, why don't you just put me on your logos? Olomamola! Do we praise the sunfish? 75 attack. 40 special attack. 65 speed. To the depths with you. Long past time we sunset this Pokemon. You can't do anything to anyone. Aron! I do believe you can find employees of Lairon Studios hanging out in Mistralin Cave. Aggron has good physical stats, but it's really slow, and it's a rock steel type, which means... Oh boy. You get jumped by jocks, and it's over. Aggron gets really overrated because it looks awesome, but when you actually try to use this thing, oftentimes you just end up with a pile of rubble. I can cite lots of card games dominated by aggro, but I wouldn't say this game is dominated by Aggron. D for durable. At least you can take one punch with sturdy, and if you're not against a jock, it's okay. Anybody remember the good old days when Pokemon pocket monsters actually looked like monsters? Then starting in Gen 5, designs went downhill with Pokemon like Haxorus. This is just a human man with mutton chops slapped on. Well, let's look at the stats. 22 attack? That's literally less than Sunkern, right? What? This dude is worthless, right? Sir? Sir, hello? Darmanitan, do your job. Stop him! Stop him! Don't let him breach the sacred realm!
Alright, time's up. Let's do this.
Oh my god, he just ran in.
Oh my god, he just ran in. Aw, geez, stick to the plan. Haxorus, our third Triforce wielder. Now the trifecta is complete. We have myself, Krookodile, wielding the Triforce of Power. We have Excadrill, wielding the Triforce of Power. And we have Haxorus, wielding the Triforce of Power. 117 attack, that's pretty good. You fool. This isn't even his final form. This is the mid-stage fracture. This is the power of the Triforce of Power. 147 attack. Disgusting. 97 speed, good enough. And respectable bulk as well. Haxorus is a monotype, which is bad, but the main reason that monotype attacking is bad is because you lack coverage. This thing's a dragon type. There are no fairies. You've got Dragon Claw. Everything is covered. They resist it? Good thing you already dealt more than double their health and damage. However, beef alone isn't enough to breach the Sacred Realm. Those in the Sacred Realm are here because they're rule breakers. If I were to describe this in modern tech bro terms, I would say that they disrupt the meta. I get away with my crimes because of my moxie, so I don't have to boost. Excadrill just has incredible offense, and in the rare occasion it needs to boost, its amazing typing lets it do so safely. Haxorus claims its spot in the triumvirate, Because it breaks the mold, which tells you everything you need to know, right? Thanks to Mold Breaker, one of the most annoying parts of mowing through trash trainers, which would be getting stymied by Sturdy. You break right through it. This gives Haxorus the distinguished honor of being the only Pokemon that can one-hit KO every single opponent that it faces. I would add an asterisk to that because Focus Sash is actually outside of the mold. In the final battle of the game, you do have to conquer yourself. Champion Iris's Haxorus is the most dangerous Pokemon in the entire game, and it's very focused. Because it has a Focus Sash, you cannot one-hit KO it. What's it going to do with its guaranteed turn? It's gonna start dragon dancing. It's hard enough to stop a Haxorus with vanilla stats. After it hits the dance floor, it's basically unstoppable. However, Haxorus has the Axe rank for the Brave Axe. You just give him the dual chop, pow! And congratulations, you just beat the entire game. Now, the Brave Axe is not actually a PRF. There are other Pokemon in the game that can also wield the dual chop for some Brave Axing action, but they can't actually kill Iris's Haxorus with it because they don't get the stab bonus, even though it's a chop and not a stab. Downside of dual chop, it is 90 accuracy, 1 RN, so you actually will miss this a fair amount. But hey, it's an axe move, so it's flavorful that the accuracy is imperfect. Does take a little bit of EXP investment in order to actually reach Haxorus, but even Fracture is super strong, and soon after entering Mr. Allen Cave, you're actually going to be getting the Lucky Egg. So from this point on, EXP investment is actually much less of a concern. The question is just, is that investment worth it? In Haxorus's case, absolutely. Haxorus is right. It's like you're cheating. Not only does Haxorus have brawn, it's got brains. So strap in for a lesson on Unovan economics. Did you know that Unova operates on a barter system of trade? They get death, you get XP. Pretty good deal. And I guess we'll just end the review with like a roar. That's fine. Clink! With the Haxorus review, I was being facetious when I said that Pokemon designs were going downhill, but in regards to the Clink line, I'm gonna be honest. And don't call me a Puritan just because I'm leading a crusade to exterminate those who don't agree with me. I think we should bring back Clink shaming. If you think the Clink line is an appealing design, I'm gonna be honest, as a holy man should be. I think you're a freak, and I'd rather you not exist anywhere near me. Pure Steel type, stats are okay. Design and moveset both grind my gears. 100 base power stab move is really good. 85 accuracy will bite you in the butt sometimes. Shift gear is a really good setup move, but the issue is that it's level 54, which is really late. Evolution levels are also pretty late, considering what you get at the end, which is nothing particularly impressive. If it wasn't for Gear Grind being such a solid signature move, I think this thing would be really bad. But it is on the Gear Grind set, so top of C. Reminder, by the way, the fact that I detest its design does not affect my rating. I'm just airing my personal grievances. But if you like this thing, I am Clink shaming you. You're probably the kind of person that likes the characters designed by Gearbox Studios. Now that's an insult. I think they made Borderlands 3 and 4. Giga Millennial writing. If you like snackies for brekkie, you'll love Gearbox games. Ferroseed and Ferrothorn. You don't have to convince me that Ferrothorn is good and competitive. I know it's good and competitive. I agree that it is. This thing min-maxed its stat total harder than the average WoW Classic player. We're not talking about competitive. We're talking about in-game, where Grass Steel, while great on defense, doesn't really do anything to your opponent. even with some reasonable moves, where you can serve them a gyro ball fresh to order, or maybe power whip them with a 120 base power stab move that's actually 60 because it was resisted, and also it missed 15% of the time. I agree that Ferrothorn is a competitive superstar, but in-game, much like the durian it's designed after, it's pretty stinky. Don't call me a cuisine casual because I have eaten durian before. You ever notice that whenever a food is described as a delicacy, invariably, it's disgusting. What does it taste like? It tastes kind of like a sweet, super stinky onion that you put in desserts and not savory dishes. I really don't like it. Sounds unique. I mean, if you get the chance and you don't have anything else to do for the rest of the day, you're able to maybe lie down afterwards, maybe give it a try. My spider senses are tingling. Galvantula time. Joltik, of course. Adorable. The attaching Pokemon? I would say I'm attached to this, yes. Don't just call me a hater, I think this thing's really cute. Galvantula itself has pretty mediocre stats. It doesn't fail the Go-Goat gradient, but I wouldn't exactly call matching 97 a passing grade. Might need to retake the test. Level 34 Signal Beam isn't amazing. We were lamenting how bad Signal Beam was earlier when it was on Ulgamoth, who does almost 50% more damage with it earlier in the game, and without having to evolve. And you'll never find out what the bug buzz is about, because 60 is way too late. Although 97 special attack isn't great, you do end up dishing out more than 97 special attacks worth of damage, because those creepy compound eyes that Galvantula and many other insectoids wield do allow you to strike with compound eyes thunders. However, I do think that Compound Eyes Thunder is really overrated. You will still miss 9% of the time. Overall, I would rather just have a better special attack stat and just use Thunderbolt until you get the Thunder TM from Lacunosa Town, which is a fair bit away from Chargestone Cave, at least 2 gyms, and all of the gameplay in between. Your best electric options are Electro Web, which is only 55 base power. Speed debuffs your enemy, but that doesn't really matter because you're probably already faster. But you're not so much faster that it's actually worth playing Electro Ball. This is a sport they don't even air on ESPN. The ratings are too low. Electro Ball is horrible. You could run Volt Switch from Elisa, which you're guaranteed to have by the time you actually access Joltik, but it's only 70 base power, and it's really annoying being forced to switch when you don't want to. I'm gonna be honest, I've never really liked Spider-Man. I've never seen the appeal, even though I'm wearing a red and black patterned costume. I think this thing is extremely overrated. People just want to love this thing because it's cute and Compound Eyes Thunder is cool. It's very hype, even though in practice it's not really that amazing. It's a Spider-Man. Spider-Man often described as a menace.
Okay.
I'm not too scared of it. No need to call an exterminator. You find a spider chilling in the corner of your team? Maybe leave it be. I will say this, it's probably gonna get cut from the tier list. I am deathly afraid of insects. I'm actually very scared of them. I went shopping the other day, and at the checkout, there was actually a Butterfree, like near the counter. It flew in through the doors, and I felt like I was in a WoW Classic raid, because it cast an AoE fear. Everybody was running from it, like including me. I'm actually very, very scared of bugs. But I'm not scared of spiders. I think it's normally the opposite, right? There are people who are not scared of bugs, but they are scared of spiders. I think spiders are kind of cool. If they're small enough. I know that arachnophobia options are the hot new thing for games to try and be inclusive.
One of the things we're excited to bring is an arachnophobia filter, if you will. For all of you out there who could never go to that spider section in Nax, you'll be able to turn on the arachnophobia filter and all spider beasts will turn into crabs. So very pumped about that.
What? Yeah, it actually looks, it works way better than you might think just hearing that sentence. I can't wait for players to be able to jump in, turn it on.
No need for an arachnophobia option with Joltik. After all, it's shaped like a friend. Tynamo. Tynamo itself is a joke. It's really, really bad. Really bad. Really bad. And it's not as if any moves could have saved those stats, but yeah, it doesn't get any moves. Electric stats are okay, but you're really never going to see these because the moment you get to electric, you can instantly Thunderstone to Electros. Electros's offenses are pretty good. The speed is horrible, but even though the enemy often strikes you first, you don't actually take any damage. Pure electric type with levitate? Electros has no weak! How do you kill this thing? It doesn't take super effective damage from anything. So if you reach the second form, whose name I already forgot, well, I can't remember the English name, but this Japanese name is pretty fun. Shibibibiru. Shibibibiru. I put in too many B's, but I think it's Shibiru as in like to be numb, and then eel. Not merely a shibboleth. I remember that line from a Dan Olsen video. I like his videos overall, but man, they get pretty pretentious. So the question is, what level does Tynamo ascend into Shibibibiru? Level 39. What level do you catch Tynamo? Tynamo, no. So it's a bench sitter, sucking your XP, and it can't use the lucky egg because it can't fight itself. All for a reward that is, overall, actually quite mediocre. You can actually get Thunderbolt, but that involves unnaturally holding at Shibibibidu stage and foregoing the better stats. And although Discharge is a perfectly fine move, this is not an honorable discharge. It's learned at level 29, but you evolve after that, which means you need to pay a heart scale to move reminder this. Well, we can't call it a flavor fail because this Evo line is based on Lampreys, and there's a lot of aspects of the Electros line that really suck. Nose pass. Video games are a visual medium, but perhaps it's time we trusted our other senses.
Looks can be deceiving, and words are but air, but the nose knows. Smells like deceit.
Pass. But hey, Probopass gets its chance to shine in Fire Emblem 7, where it's a very, very nasty ambush spawn boss. This dude is smelling in 4K, that's how he tracked you down. Done spelunking in Chargestone Cave. Prancing in the fields we come across. Blitzel. Zebstrika, really fast with okay attack. Physical electric type, that's a bit worrying. How are the moves? I would say low on charge, but the word charge appears 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. In some Marvel movie, weren't they chasing the Allspark? Were they talking about Zebstrika? Spark is all you're gonna be doing. Okay, apparently it was Transformers, not Marvel. A zebra can never change its stripes. I don't know if that's a real phrase, but it kinda sounds like one. And a Zebstrika can never change its moves. Because it has like 2. We're just gonna build 2 power grids. One in the lower tiers, and one in the higher tiers. It's important not to have everything on the same power grid in case of a failure in the circuit. A leopard won't change its spots. It's gonna need to change more than its spots to escape the finest. Zangoose! 115 attack, 90 speed. That's pretty good.
Okay.
Too bad it's a normal type. At least it gets stab return. Viper. Very weird that only Viper is in the game, and neither of its prevos. There's really not that much to say about Viper. To give you an idea, I'm trying to type Viper into Bulbapedia, and I accidentally started typing Hoenn. 100 attack, 100 special attack. Slow, bulky, mixed attacker. Pure poison. It's a Hoenn homie for sure. You're all invited to the summer mixer. No need to tread lightly around this thing. Hiss. Cubchoo. Very cute. Evolves into Beartic, which is not very cute. It is in fact a ton of bear. This is kind of misleading. It's actually Sunbear. It's a Tsundere. It actually has 110 attack in Gens 5 and 6. That ends up getting buffed to 130 in Gen 7, but what doesn't get buffed is what actually matters, which is this abominable 50 speed. Ice is a pretty good attacking type, but unfortunately, all of these jocks are gonna hit on you with some atrocious icebreakers. And you're a Tsundere, you're not interested. That's why you don't go for the cold approach. Cubchoo on the endangered list. Isn't there some organization that has a panda as a logo? And it has to do with wildlife. It's not WWE, is it? That's like something else. I think WWE is the jocks doing the oppressing. WWF, that's the one with the panda, which is not a polar bear, so whoops.
If you want something done right, leave it to a human.
All these bears look the same to you, Krookodile? Elgium evolves into Beheem. Psychics are about seeing the future, right? Well, if we peer into the past, here's Reuniclus, a really slow psychic special attacker. I did not spell Beheem right. I didn't spell Elegum right either. Oh my god. Here's how we're gonna search Steelwing. Trivia. Beheem can learn this move despite not having any visible wings. Perfect. Well, here's Beheem's stats. Worse than Reuniclus in basically everything. Later than Reuniclus. Come in, Moss Deep Space Center. This is Pokemon Ranger Krookodile. I've scouted the alien life form. Submitting my report now. There don't appear to be many signs of viability. I guess the classic line would be no signs of intelligent life, but it's a psychic type, right? It's nothing if not intelligent. Litwick! Gonna be honest. Base form Litwick? Pretty dim. Lampent stats aren't that much better, but you can immediately Duskstone to your final evolution. What level do you evolve to Lampent? Level 41. What level do you encounter Litwick? Level 33. So at best, 7 levels. 7 levels of these stats. Is Chandelure worth it? Oh yeah! 145 special attack. Ghost and fire stab. That is brutal. And 80 speed is good enough. Do we get good attacks to go with the good special attack stat? Well, we're stuck doing burst damage until we reach Lacunosa Town, where we can start blasting. But we can plunder some nearby ruins for a TM, at which point we are going to be signed on to ESPN as a star Shadow Baller. I'd watch any game that Chandelure plays in. Kids these days would describe this thing as lit. How bright do I think Litwick burns? That's hard. One of the few remaining investment Pokemon I would say is actually worth it. does take some work to actually get it into a usable state, but you don't exactly have to burn the candle at both ends. And once you reach Chandelure, it's time to hold a candlelight vigil for every remaining trainer in the game. This thing is so strong. Just held back by, at this point, mediocre at best availability, and it does take some kindling to get started. Scorpy! I can't, is it a K? Evolves into Drapion at level 40, which normally I would say is too late, but this is Unova, so we actually do catch our wild Scorpy at a decent level. Pretty okay stats. 90 attack is a little bit low, 95 speed is fine. 110 defense is really good, but I don't really care about defense. Poison Dark is an okay typing. Notably, you are a dark type that can prey upon the late game psychic type nerds without yourself being vulnerable to the bullying of the jocks, because they're just punching you, but you have battle armor. So you're actually not weak to them. My phrasing is a bit confusing because I made it sound like battle armor is actually negating the fighting weakness. That's not true. I'm just trying to make a joke about it equipping battle armor and that being good against fists, but no, battle armor doesn't interact with the type chart at all, it just prevents you from being crit. Which is really good if you're doing a Nuzlocke, right? In a Nuzlocke, I'll tell you this thing is S tier, but we're not talking about a Nuzlocke, so I don't value armored units. Level 38 Night Slash, that's probably gonna be your main attack. Level 49 for Crunch, which is a very minor upgrade, and you're both never reaching level 57 for Cross Poison, nor would you ever use it because it's a poison attack and poison sucks. I think we're gonna give Scorpy a score of B. It's fine, but not exactly. Don Drapion. Is there a character named Don Draper? Don Draper is in Mad Men. Is that like Mad Max? Guys, I haven't seen any of these things, so I've just heard Don Draper somewhere. Why are they mad? I think according to official pronunciation, it's not even Drapion. I think it's Drapion. But these people also think that this character, spelled this way and always pictured in aquatic settings, is pronounced Titus. So when it comes to English pronunciations, you can't trust Japanese developers. It's Drapion. Skarmory. Jocks hate this thing. I think I can just review Skarmory with a pre-recorded graphic.
Break yourselves upon my body.
If you're going to be defensive, you may as well be invincible. Jocks can do nothing but flail their fists wildly to no avail, while Skarmory counters them with super effective flying stab off of actually decent AD attack.
Okay.
Certainly the better of the birds. This Crusade is getting controversial. Never say that I lack courage. I, Krookodile, am brave enough to say that Skarmory is better than Pidove. Very brave. Nummel. Adorable. Camerupt has a pretty good offensive typing. Fire and Ground Dual Stab? Really good. What region is this Pokemon from? It's a Hoenn homie. Slow, bulky, mixed attacker, with worse bulk than Infernape. And by the way, we're about to go on some water routes. Nummel, although you're really cute. I'd say this camel doesn't make it over the hump. Spoink! This thing is basically Hoenn Hypno. Highest stat? Special defense!
Your magic shall not save you.
Okay speed, okay special, monopsychic. Despite the fact that the jocks are always on the hunt for more protein to cram down their craw, and you, as the other white meat, are a potential victim, Grumpig is pretty good against all of the fighting types. But it's also completely useless against all of the bad dudes, and very mediocre in its neutral matchups. Spoink is spring-loaded. Boing! That'll do, pig. Drifloon inflates into Drifblim, which is fake bulk incarnate. Is full of hot air and not much else. By the time you can obtain this, you do have the TM to Shadow Ball on Espeon, and hey, Stab Acrobatics. As with other ghost types, you can spook the jocks, they're not too courageous, but bad dudes are going around, popping any balloons they can find. Okay offensive stats, and Stab Acrobatics is very powerful.
Okay.
B for balloon. Shuppet. Ironic that a ghost is the one that is haunted eternally by the region of its birth. It's a ho and homie. Slow, bulky, mixed attacker. No Shuppet, no Shuppet. You're the Shuppet. There have been reports of paranormal activity. Specters trespassing in the land of the living. Call an exorcist. Or don't, you're not really in any danger. Wingull. What about Ducklet, but worse and later? If Ducklet calls in sick, then Wingull is the H Employee of the Month. This thing is really lucky it's a water type, because otherwise it would probably be Mr. Briny's finest. One term that really confuses me is there's all of this newfangled cooking parlance, and one of them is the term dry brine. Isn't brine a liquid solution? A dry brine is just a salt rub, right? So why do they call it a dry brine? It's similar to this new trend I've noticed, where in cooking recipes they'll say, you're gonna wanna chop your protein. And they'll say protein instead of saying what they're actually talking about. The meat, fish, or tofu or whatever. It's just hip to say the protein.
And that's exactly why we started this shop. The accessibility of local proteins for local people.
I think that a whole chicken breast is just, in my humble opinion, like kind of one of the most inherently problematic proteins to put in a sandwich.
Can you talk about what you're actually talking about? Isn't this a recipe? Food lube for oil is the worst one you've heard. Okay, I haven't heard that one. Absolutely somebody who says food lube would say that they're making snackies for brekkie, right? Millennials must be destroyed. I'm aware that means destroying myself. The Crusade will stop at nothing, okay? Don't call me a casual. Lunatone and Solrock. These are parallel Pokemon. Lunatone is specially inclined. Solrock is physically inclined. And I'm not inclined to use either of these. Here's Lunatone stats. Here's Solrock stats. These would actually be pretty decent single-stage filler Pokemon if you got them around Gym 3. But we're actually getting pretty late into the game here. At this point, we are going to start seriously penalizing Pokemon for poor availability. By now, you should have a really solid roster, and you do not need filler. Oh, I'm looking at the lunar cycle now. This is... Oh... Ice Beam's good, but the TM is late. And that's about it. I'd say between the two, Lunatone has less to Luna atone for. I'd probably rather lean towards special. It's the lunar Pokemon. It's certainly eclipsed by a lot of other options. Solrock is significantly worse. This thing gets soul-rocked by a bunch of things remaining to fight in the game. Rock Stab is very unreliable. The jocks are gonna tell you to kick rocks, and you can't really fight back without strong special psychic. I think we're gonna put it here, and maybe in an artist's interpretation, we can start building like a cute little desert scene. Absol, one of the original edgy Pokemon, absolutely dominates deviant art. It's got those vibes. It's also got 130 attack, which is amazing, and 75 speed, which is borderline. 130 attack is really good. That's the point where you can just spam random physical moves and probably do alright. But your edgy, deviant art blogs about the anguish in your soul, that's just gonna make you a target to get bullied by the jocks. Despite its reputation as one of the bad dudes, I don't think Absol is bad.
Okay.
But you'll certainly find yourself in many situations where you just gotta get on your knees and pray for absolution.
I lay prone before the gods on my back asking for absolution. I say, please, cast me a healing wave. We're dying out here, alright?
Absolution armor set looks awesome, by the way. I think it's the best priest one. This is a mega church, right? For some reason, Absolution Anduin also looks like he has 130 base attack. Isn't he a priest? Why does it look like he's about to punch me? We reviewed a spear user, we reviewed an axe user, they both did pretty well. And now it's time to review a sword user. Of course, it is a blue sword lord, as is tradition. And yeah, swords are probably the worst weapon type out of the trio. Cobalion stats are pretty good. Attack's a bit mediocre, defense is really good, speed is more than good enough to almost always go first. Steel fighting typing is really, really great. Iron Head and Sacred Sword, really decent stab options. Main weakness I would say for Cobalion is that it just missed too many strength growths. 90 attack is just not enough. It'll get you through a decent amount of trash trainers, but on several fights, you just have to dance with your swords. It can win a lot of fights, but it needs to set up way more often than the other top tier Pokemon. As a late game pre-promote, it's pretty good. Justified is its ability, and I think you can pretty easily justify a spot for it on your team. I would say that his performance harkens back to another character we talked about in a different list, but come on, Harken would have way more than 90 base attack. Tangela! Pure Grass, I think I've made my thoughts on that type quite clear by this point, and we're getting really late game. Tangrowth does have respectable stats. Weirdly, it favors special attack over attack, despite looking like a squiggly Ooga Booga caveman. Cavemen, of course, being physical attackers. Oh, Pure Grass. Pure ass. You're always moving second, you're always taking double damage. Look where we put Ferrothorn. Everybody would agree that Ferrothorn is way better than Tangrowth, right? Tangrowth. Oh, more like Undergrowth. We're gonna need some sort of crop rotation. We can't keep all of the grass types in one plot. Staryu. Normally every Staryu review goes the same. We just throw up this graphic. Say it's 5 stars and throw it in S, but there are some confounding factors for Black and White 2. First is that the Staryu family is extremely late. Other issue is that Starmie's starring role is as the best template for all of the powerful TM moves. This thing has an amazing move pool. Surf, Psychic, Thunderbolt, Ice Beam, win the game. Unfortunately, as part of the, I believe, correct balancing decision that they made to give you infinite use TMs, they also had to restrict those really powerful infinite use TMs like Thunderbolt, like Ice Beam, like Flamethrower, to basically the end of the game. Normally, you'd be able to slap your Thunderbolt or Ice Beam TM onto Starmie around the mid-game, and then you would sweep the rest of the game with Starmie. In Black and White 2, you can't do that. You only have Surf and Psychic at the time you can acquire, which is already very late into the game. Because of that, I do think we have to dock it some points compared to its normal performance. 4 stars. Still a very powerful late game pickup. The moment you get it, I would recommend insta promoting it with the Ocean Seal, Waterstone. You can immediately slap on Surf and Psychic, which are going to be your main attacks anyway. And by the time you actually reach the end of the game, you're going to have the weapon ranks for your full arsenal of Surf, Psychic, Ice Beam, and Thunderbolt. You could even almost immediately slap Thunder and Blizzard on it. But remember, this is a 1 RN game. 70 accuracy actually means 70 accuracy, and although back in the day, Blizzard never missed, nowadays, well, that's all they do. Mantike. Remember Skarmory? Remember which graphic we played for that? Well, Mantine is Special Skarmory, which means...
Your magic shall not save you.
However, unlike Skarmory, who fears no fists, there is absolutely sorcery that can fry Mantine. Electric attacks will devastate you, which makes Mantine's mediocrity all the more apparent. It's a water type. Where do you think we're putting this? Skimming the C tier.
We interrupt this tier list to bring you breaking news. Scandal! A leaked daycare certificate reveals that this octillery may have in fact been assembled in the Hoenn region.
Octillery. Modeled after a tank? Well, I would definitely say that it tanks. Tank noob. This artillery is waterlogged. C tier. Whalmer. Useless fake bulk. But at least I can say that Whale Lord is more support for my Blue Lord theory. C tier. Spheal! Adorable! Definitely one of those child stars that was cuter before it grew up, though. Slow. Bulky. No air quotes, because it actually is bulky. Mixed attacker. Ice Stab is nice. There's some ice flows on top of the sea. I guess I'll put it here because I have no idea when else I'm ever going to talk about this, but don't ever doubt my conviction as a Pokemon content creator and as a leader of an online community. Don't ever say that I lack the willpower to make the difficult sacrifices, because I sacrificed $10 of my own money to purchase Pokemon Friends. The gameplay you are seeing now has never before been seen because I think I'm the only person ever who has recorded this stuff. And Spheal is featured in one of the puzzles. I don't know if I'll ever make a video about Pokemon Friends because I played it and I don't really have anything to say. It's like a collection of Flash games, except I paid $10 for it. I don't think Spheal deserves better than the C tier, but it certainly deserved better than accepting a friend request from this game. Mienfoo. Whenever I hear this Pokemon's name, always reminds me of Chow Men or Low Men. Did you know that it's actually the same man in Chow Men, Low Men, and also Raw Men? Because I believe men is Chinese for noodle, and in Japanese we just stole the recipe, but kept the word. Level 50 Evo looks really spooky, but you do catch this thing late game, so it's actually not too much of a training arc. I myself trained with a Mienfoo. We walked vigorously around an old lady's house. There's a very strange Black and White 2 minigame where a lady asks you to take her Mienfoo for a walk, which you would assume means outside, right? The place where most walking occurs, but no, you just do laps around her abode, and eventually she thanks you. Very unorthodox training routine, but I do treasure the steps I took with my friend Mienfoo.
Joining me now is the person who operates this anti-work group, Doreen Ford. What do you do, Doreen?
Mienfoo.
Walker.
Mienfoo.
Walker. Okay.
Yes. Once you ascend to a Mien Shaolin Master, that's a lot of attack, that's a lot of speed, Pair that attack stat with 130 base power stab high jump kick. That's a lot of damage. We just have Phil Swift say that. Despite specializing in fist weapons, I do think Mienshao also has a secondary proficiency in axes? Yeah, this thing actually can wield the Brave Axe, although it's probably not worth tutoring Dual Chop onto this thing. Really, really strong once you obtain it and complete the training arc, but this thing was the last reveal on Smash Dojo. It's way too late.
Okay.
Aren't fighting types supposed to be disciplined? And part of that is showing up on time, pal. Swablu. Back in the day, being a dragon type meant something special. Swablu was the very first welfare dragon type that they handed out to anyone. Although Altaria has a very fluffy aesthetic, I'm not exactly on cloud 9 looking at these stats. Hey you! Get off of my cloud! 70 offenses. It is all puff and no tough. Does get access to a sleep move, which is very unusual for a dragon type, but it is the worst sleep move in the game in the form of Sing. Do not be led astray by its siren song. Stay the cause. Those who fall asleep during my sacred sermons meet with a terrible fate.
Naughty secrets. I'll rip the secrets from your flesh.
Welcome, my child. What brings you to Crook's Confessions today?
Oh, Father Crook, I have a confession.
Fret not, for there is no sin so grave it leaves no path to absolution. Confess, and be judged appropriately.
I have sinned, for I fell asleep during one of your sermons.
I see. Do you truly wish to be redeemed?
I do.
Then allow me to relieve you of the burden of your earthly sins.
Go into the light. Now.
I see only darkness before me.
You are forgiven.
Those of you who have confessed your sins, thank you for your honesty. In addition to confessional, our congregation also holds wedding services. The trainer abandoned the Pokemon at the altar. Yeah. I cry every time. Or how is that? That's stupid. Lapras. Look at that grin. What did you do to earn this? Don't look so smug. I know what you're thinking. But Union Cave was merely a setback. Slow. Bulky. No air quotes, it actually is bulky. Mixed attacker. Water ice type. Sounds familiar. Some of my sermons are reruns, sorry. It actually has a pretty good TM move pool, including notably Thunderbolt and Psychic, but Thunderbolt's really late, and through breeding, which is not something we consider in an in-game tier list. You can actually learn some dance moves, which maybe would theoretically help Lapras, but more importantly, it allows you to create a set called Lap Dance. It's a water type. This is the iconic surfing Pokemon. Where do you think this is going? Look for Lapras. Adrift at sea. Virizion Wireless. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? It probably doesn't make much sense to do this gesture while having a headset on the opposite side of my... whatever. The Grassland Pokemon. That's not a good sign. 90 attack, 90 special attack, highest stat, special defense.
Your magic shall not save you.
This thing is a fighting type with some chia seeds growing on it. The grass typing is mostly downside. Sacred Sword is pretty good, but Cobalion does it earlier and does it better. Look, I'm satisfied with my current Sacred Sword provider. I do not see myself switching over to a Virizion wireless plan anytime soon. Thank you for your time, but it is going to be a firm no thanks from me. Alright, I'm gonna hang up now, okay? I've sort of forgotten how to have phone conversations in English, but I think normally the customer doesn't say they're going to hang up at the end of a sales pitch, right? Anyway, I'm not sold. Gligar! Gliscor has really solid physical stats, pretty good speed. Where's the Earthquake? No Earthquake. Stab Acrobatics, though. And Sky Uppercut? If you knew that Gliscor learned Sky Uppercut naturally in Gen 5, I don't believe you. Although Gliscor is really good, Gligar is not. And its evolution is sponsored by Razorfang. In order to get the Razorfang, you need Waterfall, which is really late. So although Gligar is available before Gliscor, Gligar may as well not exist. Really great typing, good enough moves, but no level up Earthquake, and horrendous availability. I have to massively penalize it for that. We need a sign off for Gliscor. We need a sign off for Gliscor. We need a sign off for Gliscor. And don't mind me, I'm just vamping. Vamped, there we go. That's what they meant by vampire, right? Pawniard! Disgusting evolution level of 52, but again, you do find it in the wild at a decent level, so it's not that bad. Once it joins the clergy as Bishop Bisharp, those are some pretty good stats. 125 attack is great, 70 speed is iffy. The Darksteel typing is really good into the Elite Four. You slice and dice Chantal and Caitlyn, and you're pretty good against Grimsley as well, because I believe you can break some bricks. However, jocks have no respect for men of the cloth. This bishop gets absolutely clobbered by any sort of fighting attack. So it's not quite a clean sweep of the Elite Four, which is the main remaining challenge at the part of the game where you can actually obtain Pawniard. You might consider enrolling Pawniard in Divinity Studies, and eventually promoting it into Bishop Bisharp. I'm not sure I believe in that idea. I think that strategy would be taking a leap of faith. Lord Terato, were we merely Pawniards? Shuckle! We actually recruited Shuckle as one of our premier Crusaders. Our Shuckle, going by the name Arden, was blessed with major Promethean holy blood, had its own set of azure blue armor, and it certainly did choke points. You can see footage of Arden's battle against Elisa. It was a battle he did eventually emerge triumphant from. I believe there was a historical war in England that lasted for a long time. Was it like 100 years? Is the 100 Years' War a real thing? Or was it 7 years? There's a big difference between those numbers. Okay, apparently it was 100 years. Well, Arden's clash with Elisa lasted about the same amount of time. It wasn't 100 years, it was 45 minutes. About the same time frame, I would say. Eventually, Arden did decide that he can wait no longer, and we switched from a stall build to an offensive build, becoming very tricky with our power. However, power always comes at a price. As we approached the end of our crusade, we grew tired of turtling. You really can't blame us because we were running 2 literal turtles, both Shuckle and Turtwig. Turtwig was completely illegal, but Shuckle actually is in this game. In order to truly flip the script from defense onto offense. Shuckle had to pay a terrible price. Great power always comes at great cost. Hey Arden, I heard you're whining. You got a lot of nerve asking for even more screen time. I'm gonna level with you, pal. If you want me to give you a super duper sacred weapon, you're gonna need to pick up the pace.
Father Krookodile, sir, I'm a Shuckle. I have 5 base speed and 10 base attack. I'm doing the best I can.
Well, your best is boring, bucko. Luckily for you, I know exactly how to coax you out of that shell.
Did someone say shell smash?
Ugh, won't someone rid me of this troublesome weed? If you want power, you gotta pay the price. And I don't mean -2 defenses.
I get it. You mean money, right? It's always money.
Oh, ye of little faith. This boon is not for sale. It can only be earned by one who has learned the meaning of sacrifice. Arden, would you say that Eden is your friend?
Yes. I like Turtwigs.
Warms my heart to hear it. And Eden, would you say that Arden is your friend?
More than that. I would die for my brother in arms.
Hey, perfect answer. Arden. Kill him.
What?
I know your ability ain't soundproof. Kill him.
But why?
You've slain hundreds of heretics, but that's easy. They're wrong. They deserve to die. Cutting down a friend in cold blood? Now that's agony the 230 defenses can't shield you from. Do this, and nothing will ever hurt you again. Kill him. Do it.
For the Crusade. What's going on? Why won't you attack? What are you planning, Eden?
This last act of sacrifice is mine.
And now I never have to hear about shell smash propaganda ever again. You've done me a great service today, Crusader. You've earned your just reward. Shuckle, I commend your conviction. You did what had to be done, but be honest with yourself. Looking back at it all, what you had to sacrifice, was it worth it? Absolutely not. Our Holy Blood Crusader Shuckle had Wonder Guard, Power Trick, Trick Room, impossibly powerful, and it was unusably bad. Shuckle sucks. Our Crusade did eventually end up conquering Unova, but it was no thanks to this thing. Arden is stuck on castle guard duty. But you know what? Somebody has to guard the castle. Arden actually does something useful. Unlike Shuckle. Seal! Slow, bulky, no air quotes, it actually is bulky. Mixed attacking, water ice type. Don't lie to me. Did you notice that these were just wall range stats again? Here are dugongs. They're even worse. There's a phrase, clapping like seals. Did you expect me to add in clapping sound effects? No, I'm not impressed. Corsola! As is plain to see, the oceans are rife with all manner of mediocre organisms. Mediocre doesn't mean bad. Corsola is bad. Are we supposed to feel bad that the coral reefs are dying? The faster this thing dies, the better, because Corsola is actually pretty good. Japanese name Sunny Go. Can we get this pastor to Sunny Go to the next entry? Excommunicated. To the deepest, darkest depths, it's still better than Shuckle. My favorite flavor, teriyaki-on. I can't spell anything. Are we sure this thing is a sword user? They tend to have noodle arms, but this attack stat is looking pretty al dente. It's definitely fast enough to be a sword user. I wouldn't say this guy's mastered the sword. He's more like a hero. Incredible stats. Really great offensive stab combo of rock and fighting. I'm pretty sure this guy was one of the bosses of Majora's Mask. He is in fact a member of the Goats archetype. Very late game, but very good once you get it. Very little time left to contribute, but he does contribute. And with that, the 3 swords of justice have been ranked. Are we sure swords are bad? They seem pretty good. Let's get a quick group photo, guys. Say, imported cheese. Great photo. All right, Verzian, get out of there. Don't believe every post you see on X, Scissor. Social media is carefully curated. Our Crusade has begun its incursion into the giant chasm. It's a bit chilly in here. Grab a tissue. In case you sneeze. Sneasel. Don't really think I need to convince you about how great Weavile stats are. They're amazing, really strong, really fast, really great Dark Ice dual stab. Like Gliscor, the evolution is sponsored by Razor, but this time by the Razor Claw line of products, not the Razor Fang, which is faster because you get the Razor Claw in Giant Chasm when you actually catch Sneasel. Weavile is very strong, but the game is almost over, and it's not as effortless to get Weavile ready for combat as it is for Terrakion. Although its stats are really good, it infamously has some pretty lackluster stab attacking options. You can slash them at night, or you can hit them with the Frosty Fist. Neither of those are going to do anything against the varsity jocks that await you at the end of the game. You call that a punch? This is a punch. Stuffed into a locker at the top of C tier. Sweetub! I know it's Swinub. It is just not a good day to be typing things. Come on, I spelled that right, but I put it in the wrong field. Not really sure how the mammoths went extinct with monstrous stats like these. For in-game, I would call these practically perfect. Ice Ground is an even better stab combo than Ice Dark. I'd call it one of the best in the franchise. Does Mamoswine make the ground quake? It does. Tremble, mortals, and despair. Doom has come to this region. Okay. But only at the very end of the game. Really great stats. Does have Stab Earthquake. Unfortunately, the ancient adage, pearls before swine. I really have no idea what that means, but in this case, the part I care about is before swine, and before swine describes almost every Pokemon in the game. The availability is terrible. What does pearls before swine mean? I only know before swine from Bravely Default to Swordmaster move. Apparently, pearls before swine means to give something valuable to someone that won't appreciate it. Well, if you add a Swinub to my team, I promise you, I'll treasure it. I love this thing. Clefable. Don't look so smug. I know what you're thinking. But Mount Moon was merely a setback. A Pokemon you may remember from your nightmares in competitive, where despite its very mediocre stat total, its incredible fairy typing and Magic Guard utility allow it to do things it really should not be able to do. It's Gen 5, so fairies are still a myth, and Magic Guard doesn't actually help you that much in-game. So what you're left with is an incredibly late game, pure normal type. It is compatible with almost all of your powerful infinite use TMs that you've accumulated. But why would you ever attempt to make magic with Clefable? I would say this extraterrestrial craters into the finest. The famous line is E.T. phone home? Well, how about this? E.T. go home. Get out of here. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put this under cast form. It's not that bad. Delibird, the Christmas Pokemon. Christmas, of course, being a festival of a rival faith, not observed by we Crusaders. As we put this infidel to the sacred sword, know that there is no malice in my heart, although there is ice in Delibird's typing. Delibird is a joke Pokemon. It's not intended to be good, it's intended to be a cute, festive mascot Pokemon. The greatest gift I can grant Delibird is the mercy of a swift death. It's still better than Shuckle. Vanillite. This is my least favorite Pokemon design of all time. I will never understand the backlash to the backlash against this Pokemon. I think it is creatively bankrupt. It's an ice cream cone with a face. If you enjoy using this Pokemon, you do so in sin, for I have issued an edict, making it blasphemous to put this thing on the menu of your team. I don't care if you do so in the privacy of your own home on your own terms. The Crusade oversteps any and all personal boundaries. I hate this thing. Vanillux actually has a weirdly high BST of 535, but the distribution is atrocious. In the same generation where they introduced Min-Max Lord Ferrothorn, they really bungled the recipe for this ice cream. This 95 attack may as well be 0, so you can just subtract 95 from this. Mono Ice, which isn't the worst monotype to have on the offensive, but it's certainly short of spectacular. Sir, this is a Baskin Robbins. Would you like your ice cream in a cone or a cup? I'll take it. In the box. Ditto. Many times throughout our crusade, I've described the opponents of Black and White 2 as fairly strong. And they are strong for Pokemon opponents, which means they're overall still very weak. During the tournament arc with Shanam, our Zoruark, he utilized the Imposter ability to scout enemy moves. Imposter allowed him to transform immediately without a one-turn tax, and what he learned on his reconnaissance mission shook him to his core. Here's the secret the devs don't want you to know. The game really wants you to win. Once you truly see how dire enemy move pools are, you will marvel at how it's even possible for anybody to lose a battle against an NPC. Ditto is about the only Pokemon in the game that fights NPCs at a disadvantage. Not only do you have to use their terrible moves against them? You do so while having to pay a 1-turn tax to transform in the first place. The best that Ditto can aspire to be is a knockoff of your opponent's Pokemon. And knockoff only got buffed in Gen 6. You're the great value version of your opponent with less PP and almost certainly less HP. But great value is better than worthless. It's still above Shuckle. Beldum! Shaped like a dumbbell, fitting for a Pokemon that you need to train up. But in Black and White 2, the training arc is already done. Metang is roving around the grasses of the Dark Chasm, and it's not even that difficult to find. 10% encounter rate. While Metang's address is public knowledge, actually converting it to your faith is the true test. The catch rate is unacceptable. It is, I think, the lowest of any Pokemon. It is harder to catch than legendaries. You are rewarded for your efforts. Metagross is really good, and it's a testament to how bonkers the Unova level curve is, that the super endgame pseudo-legendary of a previous generation, Gen 3, is caught in the wild in Unova above its final evolution level. So the moment you catch Metang, you level it up once, and you're already in the meta. Metagross, obviously incredible stats. It is one of the pseudo-legendaries, so it enjoys a 600 BST. This is pre-Gen 6, where they changed the Steel-type alloy to make it no longer resist Ghost or Dark. That means that Metagross's Psychic typing allows it to school enemy jocks while withstanding their fists in return. And you're not even weak to the bad dudes that will prey upon you starting in Gen 6. It's a real pain to convince this guy to accompany you on your crusade, but if you do, he'll be a stalwart ally.
Okay.
Meta level power, but the availability is kinda gross. Vulpix and Ninetales. We just discussed how you could wield the power of a pseudo-legendary. You'll find Vulpix frolicking at the Abundant Shrine. Points for flavor. One of the most famous shrines in Japan is the Inari Shrine, which is to a fox deity of abundance. You need Waterfall to access the Abundant Shrine, so this is extremely late game. One of the last things you can do before Victory Road. And you catch this thing at level 34. These are Ninetales stats, by the way. They're not particularly good. Oh, Vulpix, Japanese name, rock on. I haven't played Final Fantasy XIV since Stormblood, but in my music playlists, a song popped up called Another Mount, rock on. Forget about another. I don't even want one. Ninetales, known for bearing eternal grudges. Hate me if you must. They hated him because he told the truth. Bronzor, another encounter at the Abundant Shrine. Again, I would assume for flavor reasons, because often at shrines here in Japan, you end up ringing a sacred bell. Just like on YouTube, you should ring that subscribe bell. Extremely underleveled for this point in the game at level 32. Great defensive profile, but these offenses are hopeless. Although not all hope is lost, because they get way better once you reach Bronzong, which you will in a single level up. Extremely underleveled, extremely late, defensive Pokemon. You find this thing in the Abundant Shrine. I have made it abundantly clear how little I value defense. To some of you, the Bronzor line may be a hero. I'd say that Bronzor is a hero to me as well. A Bronze League hero. Home stretch, we are on the road to Victory Road, but spoilers, in terms of tiering, it's mostly defeat that awaits us. Throw. It's a normal English word, but you misspelled it, and now it's a Pokemon name. mediocre attack, pretty good defenses, unacceptable speed, pure fighting type. There is one circumstance I would recommend using this Pokemon if you're trying to throw the game. Sock! It's a normal English word, but they misspelled it, and now it's a Pokemon name. Very creative. Incredible fail that Sock is paired with Throw and not Bop. Sock and Boppers, Sock and Boppers. I don't even know if you can consider Sock as part of a duo with Throw, because I always find Sock solo. I always lose the other one. Now I, Krookodile, have a personal vendetta against this Pokemon because Sock is basically the only Pokemon that Krookodile cannot beat because it is a fighting type with Sturdy. So I smash this dude down to the brink of death, and then he punches me back and I lose, so I'm pretty upset about that. Now from my point of view, that's cheating, but I'm one to talk. For all my crimes, don't accuse me of misrepresenting how good Sock's stats are, because they're very good. Excellent attack, reasonable bulk, pretty good speed. If this thing were earlier, which it is in Black and White 1, it would be amazing. But for some reason, in Black and White 2, all of the Sock have migrated from the extreme early game to the extreme late game. I personally don't like this thing, but I can still respect my enemies. Perfectly reasonable late game filler Pokemon. Well, just between you and me, I'm only keeping it clean because Blizzard removed the spit emote. Otherwise, I might hit this guy with a Sock Tua. Although I'm not a fan of the designs of Bert and Ernie here, I do think they are a bit better than most Western fans give them credit for. Keep in mind that I've already gone on several tirades about Gen 5 designs, but Throw and Sock aren't just random red and blue dudes with skin conditions. They're sort of meant to be a Pokemon version of the Aka-Oni and Ao-Oni, the red ogre and the blue ogre, which are characters featured in Japanese stories. Red Oni was incredibly lonely, as he's a pretty scary dude. And in order to get the townsfolk to lower their guard and accept Red Oni as a friend, Blue Oni basically played the fall guy, pretended to attack the village, and then Red Oni defeated him and drove him off. Red Oni was then accepted as a hero of the town, but Blue Oni was forced to live off in exile, sacrificing his own personal happiness for that of his friend. Very bittersweet story, and it translated horribly to Pokemon, where these two kinda just look like athletes with severe psoriasis. They need a better skincare routine. What if Sock has Sturdy because the Blue Oni had to pretend to die in order to make the ruse convincing? So it survives barely. Maybe I shouldn't be so salty at this thing. He survives my attacks for a good cause. Apparently, early in design, these two actually were hornier. They had horns, which would have made the allusion to the ogres a lot more obvious, but Ken Sugimori removed them. Even if that's true, I refuse to believe it, and I'm gonna blame James Turner. Because I like Ken Sugimori's designs, and I don't like James Turner's. I don't care if that's not the truth. It's on video record as the truth. Not like a priest has ever twisted history before. Bouffalant! I'm pretty sure that boofing is something against church teachings. Pretty good attack, pretty good bulk, horrendous speed. Bouffalant, the American M. Bison, a symbol of Unova, alongside Braviary. For you, the day you captured Braviary was Monday. But for me, it was Tuesday. Because Japan is 14 hours ahead of America. Extremely mediocre, extremely late. I would rather be a fighting type than a normal type. I've gotten a lot of questions throughout my sermon as to which character this is. I very much expect members of the Crusade to at least be familiar with the Pokemon in the game. I don't expect you guys to know all of the stats or the move pools or anything, but at the very least, know the species names, okay? How could you guys not recognize Druddigon? I don't really have much to say about Druddigon in terms of gameplay. It's one of the welfare dragons, so if you want a dragon without putting in the work to train it, this is what you get. 120 attack is actually pretty good. Defense is also pretty good. Speed? Not so good. As horrible as Druddigon's availability is in this game, I think we can say it's still better than Concord's. Cause hey, 13 years later, you can still use Druddigon in your Black and White 2 playthrough. And 2 weeks after Concord's release, you could no longer play Druddigon in that game. We can use Concord, as they love to say in insanely smug, short-form vertical videos. We can use it as a teachable moment. I think it's very interesting that we see red and blue paired together quite often, but they're always paired in opposition, right? Pokemon, red and blue. Team Fortress 2, you play as red versus blue. We literally just covered 2 Pokemon that were a red and blue pair. Red and blue are often close, but they do not actually combine. Otherwise, you get this. We can add in a little more trivia. As a Yankee myself, I imagine that my American viewers will agree with me when I say that the default team colors are red and blue. In gym class, no matter how late you get picked, eventually you get put on either Team Red or Team Blue. I assumed that was just a global thing, but apparently not, because in Japan it's actually not Team Red and Blue. It's Team Red and White. The red and white color combo is actually common enough that it has its own name, Kohaku, and a lot of things are given the red and white color combination. I have to imagine this has to do with the flag. So in Japanese gym class, you actually are assigned to team either red or white, and a lot of the uniforms are actually reversible. So we'd often tell the kids to grab their Kohaku Boshi, red and white hat, and then depending on what team they're on, they would invert it or not. I thought that was neat. Is that why gym clothes are red and white in Persona 5? I guarantee it. That has to be why. Golett! You'll find this thing lurking in the depths of Victory Road. Great attack, pretty good defenses, unacceptable speed. I feel like I've said this before. Ground ghost typing is pretty good. Does it make the ground quake? It does! Stab Earthquake for 0 investment. For a Final Rush filler Pokemon, that's fine. Despite Golurk's greatest trait being how it's firmly grounded, it is not afraid to sever that connection to the earth. It actually learns Fly. Moss Deep, we have liftoff. Successful touchdown at the top of D tier. I actually really do like Golurk's design. This actually is a James Turner creation, but it's just the Iron Giant, which was an existing design. So I'm actually going to go ahead and give the credit to Brad Bird from Pixar. You know, the studio that used to make good movies. And finally, Dino. I believe in most Crusades, the idea would be to slay the evil demon dragon, but considering the guy in charge of our Crusade, I think we actually want to try and recruit this guy. Hey, Loptier, long time no see, been a couple centuries. Still sacrificing those kids? I know you love to do that. To this day, even a decade and a half later, still the highest evolution level in the franchise at 64. You can count to Ein, you might even count to Zwei, but there's no way you're counting to Dre before the end of the game. It's just not happening. As a pseudo-legendary Dark God Pokemon, it has a very high stat total, but the distribution is actually kinda wonky. If you were to ask me how many kids I would sacrifice to obtain this power, I'm gonna be honest, only about 12. In Greek legend, when you cut off the Hydra's head, 2 grow back to take its place. But I believe Hydreigon is actually based on a completely different mythical Japanese serpent. Yeah, it's based on the Yamata no Orochi, which is also a multi-headed serpent. But you know what happened when Susanoo chopped off its heads? It died. You could try and use this thing. Far be it from me to try and stop you from resurrecting and utilizing the powers of an ancient dark dragon god. I'm just warning you, when it counts, this thing is gonna be leaving you high and dry. Stunfisk! It's actually not available in the game, but I forgot to put it in Unknown Dungeon earlier. Shoutouts to our Stunfisk. To all my Crusaders, it is my honor to announce that after nearly 24 hours of live sermon, our crusade is complete. Now I've been yapping non-stop, but now it's your turn. I don't have battle armor, so I am open to any critical feedback, any acolytes from among the crowd. If you have any constructive, critical feedback, now is your chance to speak up. Don't be shy.
A heartfelt thanks to all interns who attended today's sermon. I hope you found it both entertaining and edifying. I'm gonna let RNGesus take the wheel. Lucky randomly selected intern, please give your thoughts on today's sermon to the rest of the congregation.
In these hallowed halls, I cannot tell a lie. I wasn't really watching, I just had the sermon in the background during my work day. My only criticism, and one that I've heard echoed by other viewers, is that maybe there are too many graphics.
Any last words, heretic?
When you cut out a man's tongue, you are not proving him a liar, only showing the world that you fear what he might have to say.
I expect to see you all in the next stream. Sponsored by Steak.com.
Would anyone else like to chime echo in? Speak now, or forever rest in peace. I mean, hold your peace. You could also consider leaving a comment in the feedback box. I do read them all.
And now, by the light and warmth of a fresh bonfire, many thanks to that congregation member for donating their body and soul to kindle the flame. We can now say that our crusade has concluded. Here is our sacred Black and White 2 in-game tier list. Follow the divine decree of me, Father Krookodile, and you too will conquer the continent of Unova, just as I have. Great work, boys. I think that's the last of them. Looks like our crusade is concluded. All of Unova is ours for the taking, boys. Like an apple, ripe and ready to be plucked. This region belongs to me, Krookodile. Shucks.
No! You're... You can't be Shura!
At last, my just reward. Yeah, this is probably what I deserve. Well, thanks for watching. Hey, is that what they meant by see you in hell?